Hello. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. Dan, Sam, Space Camp. Hello, hello. Becca, welcome in. Numa, Clandestine, 3 months. Thank you, thank you. And Kami, I think, with the follow. Thank you for joining us today. Storebot, Sam, hello, hello. Donkus, hello. All right, y'all. I have some work to do today, and I figured I would bring you along. Finally, Saturday. Yeah, Becca. So I wasn't gonna get into this till Monday since that was like the normal stream where people are coming. You're studying clouds. That's so sick. Echo, hello. Um, so I got back from ESA last Saturday. We had stream Monday. I have trivia on Tuesday. I have stream again Wednesday. First thing Thursday morning, my bosses and I load up in a truck and we drive to Georgia because we are picking up part of an insect collection donation for our museum. Um, and it was really fun. I mean, it was a good work trip, but I have not been home in a while to work on stuff. So I was dead yesterday when we got back. I did get to meet Chipper. Chipper was an incredible doggo. And yeah, so Chipper's dad is the one that was giving us material. And he even gave me some really cool material that I'll hope to show off on future streams. But we got home last night at about 7, and by 8 o'clock, I was just dead to the world. I was so out of it. Went to bed super early, and then I finally just like unrestrictedly got to sleep in today. So this was planned for like a noon stream, but here we are at 3 o'clock. So it is what it is. Um, so what we are going to go through today, I have a lot of that stuff that I collected when I was in Oregon with Rudy and Lucas at the Bug Conference. So I wanted to start mounting some of this stuff up and showing some of this off. But before I do that, I need to clean off my pinning board. So let's change our scenes here just a tad. We'll come back full screen. So you'll all probably remember these where we did the IDs here on stream. And these have been dry for weeks at this point. And I just have not put labels on them yet, which I need to do so I can clear off this foam and move things elsewhere so then we can put the new things back onto this foam. So I haven't yet figured out a good way to show you guys doing labels. It's very boring. I mean, I have my sheet of papers. This is flashbang. There you go. So each one of these is going to go on one individual little beetle there. And these were all from that project in New Mexico that I was working on. So there's no real good way to show it with the current setup at least. This camera here won't tilt down far enough, and the microscope's camera is too zoomed in. So I'm just going to work on that. I'll go through probably like one or two before we do that. But to keep you entertained while we're here, we have Calypso. Yeah, we'll co-work for a little bit. You guys can watch my ants. And then once I'm done putting the labels on, then we can start getting into the fun stuff of looking at the new beetles that we got in Oregon. So we shall play with ants for a little bit first, but I have to cut these labels. And the way that I type them, they're grouped by the specimens that are, all together on here. So like that first little grouping of labels is for these two specimens, and then there's a break because there's a new label and a new one. So we're just going to go through those. And as I cut the labels, you'll see, I guess I can do scope for this. Hi, Tortilla. Studying watching ants. Yeah, you can look down at the ants and then up at your clouds. Volunteer do chores like this. Tortilla, I would hire you in a second because putting labels on is, I feel, the most important, but also my least favorite part of doing insect specimens. The fun part of seeing what you have in the collection, getting it pinned up and prepped all nice is great. And then you do the fun ID portion where you get to like actually look at stuff. But cutting these little itty bitty labels. What did I? Holy Tortilla. Did I say something? Did I mix up? Oh God, I'm sorry, Donkus. It is an honor, to be fair. It is an honor, to be fair, but I saw Tortilla come into chat and then was reading your messages, so that's my B. So when I print these, we've looked at labels a little bit before. The kind of breakdown of what is included here is all of your locality stuff. So USA, New Mexico, great, that's the state. The county, then New Mexico State, something, Corona Research Center. I don't know what these abbreviations are. I'm just doing the beetle work here. The generalized locality, like the nearest city, the GPS, the date, and then the project code, and then the method of capture. This is not how I would personally do labels, but this is the label format that I was given for this project, so it is what it is. Corona Research. Yeah. So the thing that I need to do is now cut all of this white space around these labels, because space in an insect collection is kind of a premium. And so I get as close to the text as possible on all the different sides, because in most cases, maybe not with these specimens, but in most cases, the label will be bigger than the actual specimen. And so then the number of specimens in the collection is limited by the size of the label. Oh, yeah. Goddess came and collected these, actually. Yes, so the month when we do labels is always differentiated somehow from the actual date. In this case, it doesn't really matter because it's 7/7 either way. But if this said like 3/12/2024, that could have been December 3rd, or it could have been March 12th. So in some case, like in whatever way you choose to do it, the month gets differentiated. And so I always do a 2-digit day. That way, this is definitely like an on the 7th thing, rather than if I just had, 7, maybe I could have uh Afton. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your trip. Hello, hello. In school, they made us write out the 3-letter month for all our days to avoid this exact problem. Yeah, Echo, that's another way that you can do it. I was just getting to that. So, like, I choose to do these, like, they're not Roman numerals because Roman numerals have to be capitalized, but these are, I choose to do them this way. Um, because simply because the letters take up too much space. So like September SEPT is longer than just the IX. So I do it to save a little bit of space on the labels. This is size 4 Arial narrow font. And I then bold just those first two things, so the country and the state. So it's easy to figure out where this was from. If this was from outside the US, this would, it would say like Mexico and then the state, and all of that would be bolded as well. So like the first two, whatever they are, the first two things on the top line, I will always bold it. So that way you're looking like, where are these from? It'll say like, oh, USA, great. Or Mexico or Bolivia or whatever. So yes, the VII is the month. And again, for this one, it doesn't really matter because it's the 7th either way. But like 312 and 312, or 312 and 12.3 would look different depending on where you're from. So I just do it like this to differentiate everything. And then I also do a 4-digit year. Back in the day, people didn't realize how long specimens would be around. And so you'll see labels that just say like, oh yeah, 12. Well, that could be 2012, that could be 1912, or that could even be 1812. So you can usually guess by like the age of the pins and the specimen and like what it looks like and everything like this. But I always do a 2-digit day. So it's not like I accidentally pressed 7 when I meant 17. I will do a lowercase Roman numeral month to differentiate it from the day and also save space. And then a 4-digit year to kind of future proof this being from 2024 or 1924. Now, the fact that this is on a printed label would kind of have to make this 2024. But if people are handwriting their labels, which I do sometimes, like these codes that we're taking off of the specimens are handwritten. So even when I handwrite them, just like the placeholder labels, I will always do a 4-digit year. Could be printed for the one from 1824 was like remade. We don't do that. It's not okay. We don't do that. We won't replace them. So if that were the case, we would have the old label still on top, but then putting a printed one underneath. Because there's always the chance with retyping labels that you are misinterpreting what the person was writing. Or like you translated their handwriting wrong, or if it's like my shitty handwriting that Donkus likes to poke fun at. Sometimes it can be hard to make sure that it's correct, but it is also part of the history. Yes, exactly, Tortilla. Charles Darwin had some pretty shit ass handwriting, and I'm not going to take his label off and put mine on just to make it easier to read. There's something really cool and special about having that old paper and this handwriting and stuff that what goes along with the specimen. So if we ever do retype it, it will be added on, but you like never, ever remove labels unless it's something like 5 years ago, maybe I identified this thing to family, and now I'm identifying it further. I would probably take, uh, I would rather take that label off and put a new one on, but that was, my history of working through things that I am okay getting rid of because a family level ID is like, anyway, in the grand scheme of things. Celestial, welcome in. Bit of an ass. Well, yeah, that's true. But he did do a lot of pretty important stuff and uh you know, kind of jump started the field here a lot. Uh Simius, I am streaming entomology right now. So we're currently explaining this little piece of paper that you see in the camera. And I am going to be putting these little pieces of paper onto insect specimens. So, monkey simius, there it is. So I'm going to be putting the labels onto these specimens to as part of a research project that I worked on, looking at ground beetles in New Mexico. But I'm explaining what I'm doing for this first one, but then it is not the most visual of processes to go through. So I also have here returning guest streamer extraordinaire, um, Calypso, who is my ant colony. Just clean the window a little bit so y'all can see. So for those of you new to stream, Simeon, hello. This is Calypso. This is my Florida carpenter ant colony. And they actually just moved. I had to change out their water tube because it was starting to dry up a little bit, so I had to move them. And until this morning, they were not in the water tube. They were, in fact, just kind of hanging out in the corner being annoyed. So I'm very grateful that they moved back in. I was quite worried about them while I was away, but they seem to be doing okay now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got about 20 workers now, which is pretty cool. Um, y'all were here. Y'all were here when they first started to hatch. So going from not having any workers and just having Calypso herself in with some eggs to 20 workers now and a bunch of brood that they're carrying around is pretty exciting. The reason that they're red is because ants can't see red light. And so there's a little piece of red film over the top of their little container, which means we can see in, but they still think it's dark outside. So for them, they're under a rock, not being bothered. Being on stream is not going to mess with them at all. So, yeah, the plan was you guys can watch ants for a little bit while I work up some of these labels. And then we will actually start pinning and looking at some new specimens. But after I... Meg Delibird, hello. These are going to be eating... They have a sugar tube next to them in this little container. So they get sugar water like they would be getting from plant nectar in the wild. I will also give them grass seed and other like clean grains that I know are pesticide free. And then they also get a cricket every week or so that they can dismantle and give to the queen. The dynamics of ants are really cool because all of these smaller ants are the daughters of the big one in the middle. And so after she takes care of the first few eggs and gets them to be worker ants on her own, those workers then take over the responsibility of taking care of the other babies and also finding food and doing all of the other tasks. So that big queen ant right in the middle, and her name is Calypso, but we're just going to kind of call the whole colony Calypso since it's one whole thing. Um, they do all of the other work now that they're here. So y'all can enjoy the ants. I am happy to answer questions and stay chatting while we're doing this. But the next phase after doing cutting the labels is I have them on this little platform here, which is actually just a cut up segment of phone book that has been rolled pretty tight, which allows the pin to go in and like slide between the pages, which is really, really nice because the next step is that I have to put the pin through the label. And so I usually go between like the second and third line and make sure that I don't hit any of the text that we just spent all that time printing out and putting on here. So then with this, I will push it down until it's pretty close to the bottom of the specimen, but still readable with just tilting it. There are things to make this like completely uniform across everything, but they take a lot of time for me now. I can do it a little bit better freehand. So yeah, then this is a finished insect specimen. It's got the label, it's got the bug, and I have identified these already. I will sort them after the labels and stuff are done, and we can move on to some of the more fun things. So then from there, I'm just going to move them onto this other piece of foam that has like a hard bottom onto it. And this is just going to be temporary storage until I can sort them all by identification and then move them into the collection. So that was the first one from that particular site. This is the second one from that particular site. And again, label just below the specimen. So you can still read it without having to move the bug, and you're also not crunching the legs up against everything. So that's good to go. We will put it over here on the foam, and then we can continue on. Now you'll see with these two, they're pretty level in terms of the same height on both the labels and the specimens. And that's the idea, right? You want the beetles and everything to kind of be level, and you want the labels to be level as well. So we shall do it like this, and I think to make things easier on myself later, trying to figure out which specimen goes to which site without having to read all the labels, I think my plan, and I don't see why this wouldn't work, so maybe this is a 5-head idea, maybe it's not. Because all the data that I sent was not organized by like site number, it was organized by the way that I had the specimens. I think what I'm going to do to keep myself organized is, this is now the third specimen. This is from a different site now. Again, nice and set. Is put it upside down. So now when I come back to move these around later, I know that these first two are from the same spot. This one is going to be different, and then the next ones I'm going to flip up again. So I can keep track of like which ones belong to which site. And like I said, that'll just help me be able to go through the data sheet that I sent off and basically remind myself what I identified these as without having to fully identify them all again. So that is the plan. We have this many labels to get through. So, kind of a lot. Not like a ton, though. Most of these sites only had one or two specimens. There was a couple that had three. So we will work through these and then we will get on to pinning some new specimens. But I'm going to put you guys back over on AntCam. How come bugs can stay preserved for so long? It's because of what they're made of. So the exoskeleton on insects is made out of chitin, which is the same stuff that makes up the outsides of like crabs and lobsters and like crustaceans and things like that. And so if you ever felt that, it's pretty hard. And so the real problem with keeping insects preserved is making sure that the insides dry out, because the insides are where all the all the bacteria is and where all the guts are. And so if those don't dry out, then you start to rot specimens. But once that middle side is like dry, it's just like this hard, crunchy outside thing. And the guts actually help dry the specimen onto the pin so they don't spin around. But yeah, once they're dry, the exoskeleton is like totally preserved and we don't have to do anything else to preserve it. So once they're on the pin, they are totally good. There's no varnish or clear coat or anything else that we have to do to keep them preserved. We just put a pin through them and that's kind of it. And they can last a really, really long time. I saw you, this was your first stream, Becca, so again, welcome. Good to see you here. We've talked about the oldest specimen before, and that's part of the reason why these collections are so important, is the oldest specimen that is in a museum today that we still have was a butterfly that was pinned in 1704. And so that's pretty crazy to think about. There's a butterfly in a museum in Europe that has been around longer than like the concept of the United States. But what that means is we don't have like an upper limit of how old these specimens can be. And so when you're collecting them, we've talked about this before too, and I know there's definitely some concerns about like insect collecting and stuff like that. But these individual specimens, as beetles, would only live for a few months, maybe a year. But if they are, get got by a scientist, their legacy and their information that they're contributing can last far beyond not only their lifespan, but also the lifespan of the scientist. And there's this really cool history that goes along with it of like seeing who was where and collecting stuff at certain points. Like I said earlier with Darwin, Aunt Pont, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you like bugs. So what I was saying earlier about the Charles Darwin thing is I've actually seen specimens collected by Darwin, and they were ground beetles that were collected during his big-ass expedition to the Galapagos. And that's just like historically really cool because that's, a famous, important person. But also, it helps you understand the length of time that this study has been going on. And also you feel more connected with like those who have come in this field before you. I've been to over 40 museums around the US and Canada now, and I've seen specimens that like friends of mine have collected, or my master's or PhD advisor had collected, when they were in grad school. And it's just really cool to see relics of people that that are spread all around the US contributing to cool science stuff. So yeah, they can last a really long time just because their exoskeleton kind of protects them. They do get pretty brittle. You know, if you've ever picked up a dried out crab shell on the beach, it's a little bit crunchy. And these certainly do get crunchy, so you have to be careful with their antenna and their legs and everything like that. But if you're careful when handling them, they can in theory, last a really, really long time. So yeah, that's pretty neat. I was accidentally broke crab shells. Yeah, there. The problem with crab shells on the beach is you don't have a better way to pick them up. If you had a crab shell with, I don't know, let's say a pin through it that gives you a little handle to hold on to, you wouldn't actually have to touch the crab shell itself, and therefore you would have less of a chance of actually breaking it. So that's another thing that the pin does. You know, it allows us to move them around without actually having to touch the specimens themselves. And you do get the fine motor skills to do this. When I first started working in insects, you always give new employees like a practice drawer of specimens that don't really matter that much. Um, Meaning like they're really common species or duplicates or things from a butterfly rainforest, things that aren't necessarily like unique, one of a kind, things that you can't ever live without. But you give them that practice of moving things, and you just give them a unit tray, which is one of these little containers with specimens. And you'll basically just have them move them back and forth from one to the other, just so they get that muscle movement and like that feel for picking up and moving specimens, and also spacing them so they're close together but they're not overlapping. Because if you have legs and wings that overlap with one another, you go and you're like, oh, I need that specimen right there in the middle, and you just kind of yank up. You can not only damage the specimen you're trying to grab, but also the ones all around it. So that is a big thing. But the pin gives you the ability, and this is not one of the beetles that we're working right now. This is something totally different. But the pin gives you this handle that you're able to spin and move and turn upside down and like put it into clay to look at it under the microscope, etc., etc. So the handle, you can not have to touch anything and still get to see all the cool stuff. Try using your teeth. No thanks. That's not your best suggestion, Tortilla. Right before I was moving, though, I had to pack up all of my collection and do what's called brace pinning. So basically putting pins on the sides of things so they wouldn't spin while they were in a U-Haul getting moved across the country. And for those of you who were at Chat Chats right before that, you'll remember I broke my thumb. I got it closed in the gate while I was doing my scorpion field work. And I broke the tip of this thumb and also had 11 stitches in it. So I had a little thumb brace on, and I had 60 drawers, 60 specimen drawers to brace pin, probably like 8 to 10,000 specimens. And it was on my dominant hand that I typically use to do things with. So I was actually like grabbing pins. I won't do it with an actual specimen because it was not stable at all. But I was like grabbing pins way back here against the palm, like this. And I was also trying to do it left-handed. Willow, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I was also trying to do it left-handed. Neither of which were exactly helpful in the amount of time that I had to pack everything up. So instead, I hired my friends. I bought them a case of beer and some pizzas to come in and help me brace pin stuff while I then wrapped up the collection and, locked it all together. I have never used my teeth. I have been fortunate enough to have pretty good teeth most of my life. I got my first cavity at 28. Not a brag or anything, but I've always been I'm not afraid of the dentist, but dental injuries definitely stress me out. Um, so the idea of like biting down on one of these hard metal pins, I ugh, horrendous, horrendous. Not something I would like to do. So I won't use my teeth. There are other options. I think we've talked about this before, like when I was showing off uh, all of my travel bug equipment that I would take with me to museums when I go. I will go grab it in just a second. Oh, Becca, I got mine removed in high school. And I have a story about that too, but I don't know that people want to hear about it. So just because it gets kind of gross. Um, but no, one of the tools that I take with me when I travel to other collections is this thing. And what this does, it allows you to it's very flat and allows you to like grab onto and hold the specimens either above or below the labels. Um, we jokingly call these tooth pullers because the original ones and the ones that I still use at work actually were in fact dentist tools for tooth extraction. So these just help you get a grip, and these are important, especially if you go to work in European collections. They had a history of using cork bottom um, trays rather than this nice foam that we have. And so that cork over time like really holds on to the pins. And so if you're trying to pull them out, you're putting a lot of pressure on it, and you can actually break the specimen pretty easily. So you get these, you're able to pull them out and move them around with these things. And I'm not super dexterous at doing it like this yet because I haven't had to do it a ton. But my ones at work are quite a bit nicer than this. They have like a little finger loop, so I can just like open and close them like this. But yeah, funny you should mention teeth injuries because we definitely do use dental tools. Is high school early? Tortillas was also okay. Sam was too. Okay, interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, I was in. It was 11th grade, so it was my third year in high school that I got it done. Um, and I remember that because I was on the debate team that year, and I had to go to a debate tournament 3 days after um, 3 days after getting my wisdom teeth removed. And without getting into too much detail again, because I don't want people to get grossed out and leave, um, I talked my stitches out. So I had to leave the debate tournament and then go back to the orthodontist so that they could put my stitches back in. Oh, Afton, rip. Stub toes hurt so disproportionately badly for what you did. Pickle. What's up, bud? You've got a you've got an ear for it. You do you have the notification, like a Chatterino notification set up for the word toes, or you just hear? Yeah, phenomenal timing, Pickle. Hope you're having a good weekend. Glacial, yes, I am back. I've been back. I did a stream Monday, and then I did not do pre-chat chats on Wednesday. That's my bad. I had to. Um, I was helping the local university grade collections on Wednesday evening. Um, and so after work, I needed to go do that. And I got home maybe 20 minutes before chat chats started. So I did not have time to pre stream. But yes, we are back. I had another work trip come up almost immediately after coming back from the conference. I just got back last night from Georgia, where we were picking up a collection. So I have been on the move. Who is this? 31. 31. Okay, let's do this. Oh, Tortilla, no. That's rough. When I was a kid, I dislocated my pinky toe. We were hiking and I saw a snake. Obviously, I had to go try and find said snake after it slithered under a rock. Um, and as I was moving the rock, it kind of fell off and fell onto my foot. And it hurt at the time, but it really wasn't like, I didn't think it was that bad. Um, until I got home and my right pinky toe was sticking straight out of my foot like this. And it had just like totally went, eh. And I never told my mom about it because I just took it up against the door jamb and like popped it back in. But that really hurt. That was like reverse stubbing your toe. That was rough. Beeger, here to live as an ant. Welcome to the colony. They're all kind of in there. I would show you like out in the foraging tubes, but they just kind of pulled everything in. So you're getting like the full view of the colony right now. This is basically everybody. Which one do you get to be? Uh, you can pick. The long way. Ugh. Ugh. Yucky. Cut over, take down, or stuff, and also fit into shoes better. That's like OG Cinderella shit. Didn't she do that? Or didn't like the stepsisters cut off their heels or whatever? Like the original versions, not obviously the Disney version. Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you for the validation, Tortilla. canned it into the woods. Guess we've outed Space Camp as a theater nerd. No shade on that at all. I used to do tech in middle and high school. I cannot sing for the life of me. Um, I'm not insulting anything. Like I was getting there. I did lights in middle and high school for a while. I cannot sing or act or dance or whatever to save my damn life, but boy, can I turn on a spotlight. So that's how I was involved in theater. A lot of my friends were actually into the theater, so I still got to hang out with them, but I did not have to subject anybody to me being on stage longer than it takes to like move a set piece. So absolutely no shade to theater nerds. I think it's funny because the call is coming from inside the house, if you know what I mean. Oh, absolutely, Becca. Absolutely. Who's this? 46? CC 31. Yeah, I'll hit Nicole. I don't know if Nicole's here. Nicole hasn't been here for a while. Um, I got a message one time from Nicole, one of the other chatters on Discord. She got me listening to Hades Town, and so I am still in Phoenix at this point. So this was a couple of months ago. I was in Phoenix. I was at the dang Pokemon card store looking through stuff, and I get a text from Nicole. She goes, "Hell yeah, I love Hades Town." I was like, "Damn." Discord really giving me the really snitching on me there. But no, nothing. Certainly nothing against theater nerds. That's what clears go. Very cool. Break a leg, Afton. Not literally, but with your auditions. Hopefully that goes well. Oh, Space Camp, rough. I know you did. That's why. That's why I didn't want to say it. Beetlejuice finally come to London. Excellent. Very very cool. The first show that I ever went to since I grew up in Pennsylvania, we were like a pretty easy bus ride from New York. I went and saw Lion King when I was like pretty young, like probably too young to fully appreciate Lion King on Broadway. Um, but my grandparents were always pretty big supporters of uh the local theater we had. We would go every year to see A Christmas Carol, which is great. I always loved going to do that. But they also did a ton of other shows there, and throughout the years, like into high school and like after I'd left for college, some of my friends back home that stayed in the area started getting involved with those productions and still like work at that theater, which I think is really really cool. So I have seen not that many shows actually on Broadway, but I've seen a shit ton of shows. Especially in high school, we had some local like high school theater awards called the Freddies, and as uh, if you were involved with theater, you oftentimes got free tickets to go to the other schools in the area's plays. Um, and so we would go around and do that. We got to see all the uber rich surrounding theater departments do really crazy stuff. Um, and then we had to go back to our little modest set dressings, but we gave him hell at the actual competitions. We won quite a few, which was very cool to get recognized like that, and also like kind of beat the stereotype and the stigma from that most people in our area had for my high school. So always enjoyed doing that. Both middle school playing through man. Wow. Tortilla, that's crazy. They're kissing. Who was oh, the ants? The ants were kissing? They were probably vomiting. What you saw was more than likely trophallaxis, which is where they actually feed each other through regurgitating into each other's mouth. Still no look, but different kind of no look. They're not kissing their sisters. These aren't Alabama carpenter ants. Local mustache shows literature. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I feel like I'm missing labels. Maybe not. It's close. The ant content is good. I wish I had a better way to stream them that didn't it wasn't so red. Um just because I think this would be cool to like leave up as one of the streams like people put their fish tanks and whatever. I think it would be cool just to have like ant cam up all the time. But one, I only have my laptop, so I have to take that with me when I go places. Um, but two, I feel like the red and like the glare from the ring is like kind of hard. You know what? I have a thought. Remember that I got this recently? Yeah, I have the light. Let me see. Dark ants for just a second. Oh, change the white balance to counteract the red. That's interesting. That's interesting that you think I can do that. Orange now. Is this, do we prefer this? Is the orange better than? Is this better than the full red? Can you see better? Bubsies, thank you for the follow. Welcome in to Ant Stream. Vibe says yes. Okay, we'll keep it orange for now. We don't have that many labels to finish, so I don't think we're gonna be on ants for that much longer, honestly. And the other thing that I'm realizing right now with this lamp is that this is an old light bulb, and I can already feel it starting to get warm. So I do worry slightly about the temperature of the ants. But we can keep it like this for a little bit. Like I said, we probably won't be on ants too much longer anyway. Getting used to Florida times. They're they're quite literally born and raised in Florida. But this is their first time living too, so these ones haven't had like a full Florida summer yet or anything. Um, and I wouldn't be worried about it with like ambient temperatures, but with the plastic of the container, I do worry about like kind of oven affecting them. It'll be totally fine, like for right now, but if I were to put ants, do like a full time ant cam or something like that, something crazy, um, I would be worried about the light raising the temperature. With the LED light from the microscope, definitely not a big deal. Would not matter either way. Um, but with this light, I think it would definitely get too hot, and we would cook Calypso, and we don't want that to happen. But you can see some kind of cool stuff happening right now. God, I have no idea how I'm going to do this. But to like directly, one, you can sort of see the hairs on the ants, which is pretty cool. But to the right of center, there's an ant that is over a pupal case right now. Those ones are like behind the queen, and they're the ones that are sitting on top of the eggs and kind of tending to the colony. That fuzzy white border on the right hand side is the cotton ball that's stuffed with water. That's like leading back into their water tube. So those ants back there are on guard on top of the babies, but because they're still like behind the queen and everything, they're also probably resting. So they're there in case something crazy happens, but they will rotate out jobs with like foraging and stuff like that. So they're hanging out back there. I do notice though that there is a big one now, and I think it's pretty early to have my first soldier. But right here, like uh below the camera here, that's like a worker that's definitely significantly bigger than the others. And so I don't know what that's about. They usually don't get soldiers for like a while. So I don't know what it means. That's just a big ant. Early growth spurt. Yeah. Maybe it got extra food. Maybe it was like one of the ones that was one of the first ones that hatched like after the other ones were able to feed them. Things like that. So maybe it got access to more food, but I feel like I would have recognized it and seen it earlier. Um I don't I know a lot of things. I know a lot of bug things. Ant keeping, very new to me. I did work in an ant lab for 2 years as an undergrad, like taking care of the ants. But that was like I was feeding them as like a paid task. But I didn't really keep track of or know when the developmental things were. And then since then, I've been kind of scared about ants because in 2015 I had some fire ants get into my house and eat my entire insect collection. Um, and after that is when I started keeping like live stuff. I have a bunch of tarantulas and stuff downstairs, and so at that point I was worried about the ants getting into my live collection and eating them. But I've learned a lot since then. And I have a friend currently who works on ants. So he has hundreds of colonies going for his research. And if I have any ant questions, best believe Buddy is getting a text. Um, so I feel okay about it now. I might not know a ton offhand, but I am quickly learning. But also, I do have uh, dial an expert basically on hand to to deal with this. How long does the queen live for? Great question, vibes. They can live for like 10 to 15 years, sometimes longer depending on the species. Um, so the individual queen can live that long. The workers, the ones who like do all of the cleaning and foraging and all that stuff for the colony, do not live nearly that long. They get maybe a couple months as adults. Um, and the queen basically has the luxury of not having to do anything and not expend a ton of energy because she has all of these other ants that are there to feed and take care of her and deal with invaders and deal with going to look for food and everything like that. So her whole job is basically lay egg to make more ants. So she has a relatively stress-free life. Um, and that kind of coupled with other aspects of her physiology means that she can live a very, very, very long time compared to other ants. I don't know offhand what the longest lived ant is, but I know there are termites that have been clocked like over 30 years. So they can live a very, very, very long time. 33. What? Yes, 33. Okay, great. They can live a very, very long time, and yeah, we just keep the colony happy and healthy, and we'll go through lots of workers individually, but Calypso the queen will still be around for a very long time. Um, and so, yeah, we'll be able to see that process as we go through um, streams with more of the ants. Will I name any of the ants other than the queen? Definitely not. There are far too many. I am already bad with naming my specimens, my pet bugs when I get them, just because when you have so many, it's hard to think of a lot of good names. So I didn't even think of Calypso. Someone in chat named Calypso. Um, so yeah, definitely not my strong suit. We're done. We're done with labels. So let's see what I got going here. Ta-da! Most of these are Passamachus, but there are 2 or 3 different species in there. There are a couple of other things going on in here as well, but these are all now nicely labeled, and I will have to check all of the data to figure out who was who. But these are ready to now get, sort of re-identified. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, obviously, but get them sorted by identification and then moved into the collection. So that was mostly, that was like the task that I needed to get done, because now we're able to reuse this foam piece. There are some other things on here that I know I need to print labels for, and they are typed, they are just not printed yet. So now my task is to get rid of all of these pins that are just holding labels here, because then we're going to reuse this to pin new stuff. So I'm just going to move some things around here, and we did have a tragedy in the Eventomology house recently. To store all of my pins that I don't know what size they are. So insect pins come in different sizes, and you use certain sizes for different applications. So like for pinning specimens, I use a 2. For pointing them, I use a 3. But for all of your other pins that you don't know what size they are, I like to put them into a unit tray to, it holds them, it keeps them from falling out and getting pointy, like little sharp bits everywhere. Um, so I like to make these kind of bricks of them in these unit trays. Well, the other night after stream, I guess I dropped this or knocked it off the desk in some way, and I broke my box. This is not a big deal. This thing is like $1 when you buy them in quantities that I do. The problem is I now have to take all of these and move them elsewhere. And this is probably like this little corner, I would guess was like 400 to 500 pins. And these just came from ones that I had unbrace pinned when I was doing the move. So now all of these on here that were just holding the labels, those are going to get unpinned. And the labels are going to get taken off of them. And I'm going to put them in the broken box just because I don't really have a better place to put them right now. So I'm just moving everything that's up here that either has a label for a different project or does not have a label yet. They're all still grouped, so I know where things are supposed to be and what labels are supposed to go with them when they get there. But I'm moving these all to the top of this piece of foam. So that way I can start fresh and do like a row underneath when we start pinning and prepping our new material. And like I said, we're going to start with some of the stuff that we got in Oregon with Shruti and Lucas. A couple cool finds in there, and I was telling some people about it at work, so I wanted to get those specimens ready so that I could bring it in. So I'm going to put you back on ants, and what I'm going to do is just take all of these little labels that we don't need anymore off, and then move these pins over into the little box. There we go. Back on ants. Not my cardboard. I know it's tragic. Ethereal might be a stupid question, but why pin bugs? Not a stupid question at all. So I am a professional entomologist. I have been studying insects for going on 10 years now. And a big part of insect science is being able to look at them under a microscope, because there are a lot of identifying characters and things that we need to do to look at specimens that you can't really get from photos in the same way that you can from the physical specimen. What we just finished doing was putting these little pieces of paper under a bunch of specimens. So it's going to be up here in the little face cam. So sorry, it's a little bit small right now. But that little tag of paper under there tells you exactly where and when and who collected this specimen. And then this goes into a big museum collection like where I work. And we function essentially as a library, but for bug specimens instead of books. So that way, if someone is like, hey, I am studying cicadas from New Zealand, they can reach out to us and be like, hey, do you guys have any cicadas from New Zealand? Which is just like calling up your local library and be like, hey, what kind of smutty vampire books do you have? And then we'll look and we'll tell you, like, yeah, here, we've got all these different ones. And we then loan them out so people can use them for their studies without having to, go back and recollect things in those areas. I like to say each specimen is a snapshot of biodiversity at a given place at a given time. And so the way that we look back at specimens from like the 1800s, the 1900s, etc., is the same way that folks are going to be looking back at specimens from 2025. And so that's why we keep building collections. But also, like I said, identifications and learning more about them is really easy when you have the actual specimens. Um, and in the grand scheme of things, insects do not live that long, and their legacy can last many, many hundreds of years as a specimen, as opposed to just those couple weeks or months um, as an adult insect. So uh, it's not a dumb question by any means. Um, that'll be a crazy collection like 100 years. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I don't know if you were here a little bit earlier, Estorial, but the oldest pinned insect that we still have in a collection is from 1704. So we don't know how old insect specimens can get before they deteriorate, because that's the oldest one. And so these specimens that we're working on now, in theory, could be around until like 2300 or longer, if properly taken care of. So that is why we pin bugs. And, as much as I do love bugs more than just about anything else, entomologists, especially those of us in like collections and biodiversity, uh, do very unfortunately have to kill a lot of them. Even more than most people that dislike bugs, to be honest. But making sure that we're doing everything we can to keep the data with them, so that we are not just sacrificing them to look pretty on a wall. They're actually valuable data and scientific specimens and things like that. So that's why we do some of this. That's why we do what we do in terms of actually pinning things. What is my favorite smutty vampire book? I don't really have one. I read Twilight back in the day. Um, you know, I'm aware of that. I don't really know if there's been new smutty vampire tech since then, but I know that's what people are into. Um, can you only take our dead bugs or no? No. So these ones that we were just working on were collected using what is called a pitfall trap. You basically dig a hole in the ground and put a cup into it that has some sort of liquid at the bottom, like a liquid preservative that the insects die in, and then we have them from this given place at this given time. Finding already dead specimens that are in good enough condition to identify is not really reasonable. Just because tracking down an individual specimen while it's, after it's passed is very, very difficult. And a lot of the things that you would want to see on the specimen have been broken off or eaten by another bug. Ants in particular will scavenge other dead insects. So a lot of the time you'll show up, you'll be like, oh cool, like I can see this wing of a beetle under this rock here. And then you pull it up and it's just that wing, and you have no idea how long it's been there, and the rest of the body is nowhere to be found. So we typically will collect live bugs, and we do everything we can to make sure it is a speedy and respectful and humane process. We have chemicals that are really effective at specifically euthanizing them, or you can also put them in a freezer as part of it. But again, entomologists love bugs more than just about anything else, and certainly more than most people, regular people, love bugs. So we do everything we can to stay respectful and honor them the best we can for giving up their life for the science. All those labels are stripped. Let's see what else. What do we got? Doesn't count, unfortunately. Well, I don't really have an answer for you then, Tortilla. I apologize. Yeah, Esther, totally. And it's not for everyone. You know, I have had students in the past who were really into insects and wanted to take the entomology class, and um, had a really hard time with us assigning a collection. Um, and for those students in particular, you know, we work with them about doing a photo collection or going through already collected material and doing the identifications from that. And we figure out ways around it because uh, it shouldn't be something you have to do. There are plenty of entomologists out there that do not keep a personal collection. Um, stacked, was it the shoulder? I don't know how this camera works. I think it's the shoulder. Yeah. So all of those are drawers for my insect collection. And I've got about 60 of them. I've got cabinets over here on this side that I'm slowly but surely organizing those into. Um, but not everybody has, you know, 10,000 plus dead bugs in their house at any given time. There are lots of entomologists that don't, and several that will just use like their university or museum collection for their work, so they don't have to go out and collect. Um, but again, we don't know how things are going to change over the next 50 or 100 years. And so, still maintaining these records of like where specimens are found now is really important to future scientists. So it's not easy. You know, I don't per se enjoy doing it, but I do understand the importance of why I do it. Um, and you'll see a lot of the stuff, the ones we were just working on were pretty big, but we are going to shift gears into some fairly small stuff here in just a second. And so without specimens, it would be really hard for just the average person to, you know, see this, because these are going to be very, very tiny, and we're going to need the microscope to get any good detail on them. So the labels are done. Let me just pull these pins real quick. What are the ants on the left doing? I don't know. What were they doing? Some people with 10,000 dead things don't even know. Yeah, glacial. At least all of mine are accounted for, and I know exactly where they came from. All right. We have got a clean slate now, more or less, so we can move into uh, pinning some new stuff. But let me. Aha. Okay. I just got a package delivered. Nothing exciting. It's just some things that I needed. They're 69ing. Uh, uh, I'll have to go back and check the VOD, and I'll get back to you. I'm not really sure what was going on then. Um, I got an email while we were just doing this that I got a package delivered. So I am going to go grab that real quick and maybe grab myself a little bit of a snack before we lock in here on pinning the new stuff. This light's getting hot, so I'm also going to turn this off and go back to our classic red. Ooh. Okay. I will be back in just a minute. I'm going to have to run out and grab that real quick. But I will be back in just a second. I'm back. So I talked about these last time. Um, this is the magnet paper, or like the magnet backings that I got for all those dang stickers that I got at the bug conference. So now I'm going to be able to put the stickers on here, and then instead of having to stick them to things, I can use them as like fridge magnets, or I'm probably gonna put them on my bug cabinet over here. But yeah, I got the papers to finally do that. Mouse, hello. Yeah, craft time. This is another thing that like it's a hand thing that I don't really know how to do well on stream, because otherwise I would figure out a way to do that. I need a top down cam, but that's like advanced tech that I don't think I'm ready for. It's great to watch and listen to while working on cloud math. Great. Glad you guys enjoyed the Taylor Swift Eras Tour, but lo-fi 2-hour instrumental mix. But then I can't get my texty messages, Tortilla. I don't have anything to hold it up with. I would need to just claw arm it. We can. We'll talk. We'll talk later when that comes around again. My plot. My refund for the bug conference that I just went on is getting processed at work, so then I'll feel like I have money again. And then I can buy a computer. Mom Tomology asked me for a holiday list. And so I sent her a couple things. Sent her a couple things like a keyboard and a mouse. I don't own a computer mouse, chat. I am a lowly laptop user. So PC things are happening. They're happening. The Mouse 96 as my mouse. Couldn't be better. Imagine how mom can buy you Christmas presents. Yeah, well, I ain't got a dad, so it all kind of evens out. Your boyfriend bought you bugs for your anniversary? That's sick. Wait. Is that the Roach BF? That's crazy. Double up. Yeah, Roach BF. You're a good, Space Camp. Don't worry. All right. My poor fingies. Well, it is what it is. I have a mouse at work. I use that one, but mostly this is here to play on my pewter. Yes, so hopefully again things are in the works for Eventomology PC. All right. So, we got Beatles. They're a bit damp, but here they are. Yes, Minecraft. I put Minecraft on my Steam wish list. I think. I don't know how to. I have to check that again. But I had a notification that one of my other games that I wanted, which is Peggle, went on sale, so I got that for 99 cents yesterday. There is something on Minecraft on Steam. Maybe that wasn't it because I didn't find. I just wanted like regular ass. I just wanted like regular ass Minecraft, and I don't think they had it. They had some other stuff. Um, so the games, my top priority games when starting my brand new Steam account. I wanted Minecraft. I wanted Peggle, and I wanted web fishing. Those were the three things that I was like, those are the first games I want to get. So I got Peggle. I got it for $1. What's happening? What is this link here? Web fishing is dead. Web fishing is dest. Thank you for your import, Tortilla. Web fishing in chat would go hard. Yeah, I need to. Becca, it's so fun. Mandy, not Amanda. Thank you for the follow. Is this Amanda? Is this Amanda from chat's alt account? That's crazy. That's not what I wanted. Steam. Oh, I got a badge for owning a game. That's exciting. How do I think this will get you there. What did you do, Tortilla? Oh, Tortilla, please. Oh, thank Tortilla got me web fishing. Massive W. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna accept that before you try to take it back. Nice. Now mind you, I have not actually downloaded Steam yet. Because I think my poor laptop probably couldn't handle it. So uh I have an account, but I don't have Steam downloaded yet. So I will hang on to web fishing, and I will hang on to Peggle, and I will hang on to. Please hold. Oh, fucking Goose Game rocks. Absolutely love that. I will hang on to that until PC time happens. Thank you both very much. That's all the games that I wanted. So that's it. Let's go to multiple off the screen. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm all done with gaming now. That's it. That's all that's happened. Um, but yes. Anyway, so Steam account has been made. Steam account now has games. Apparently, very much appreciative. Thank you both. Um, but PC has still not happened yet. But it's we're working. But who needs game when you have beetle? Right? Am I right? So we're gonna look at these guys today. This is our game for today. Beetle. Yes. These are some pretty good ones, if I'm not lying. These were from the Oregon trip, so all the stuff that we're going to look at today is from the trip that we were just on, up in the Pacific Northwest. Blue Death Fiend Beetle bag on your Steam profile. That's sick. But I just pulled these out of alcohol, and now I am going to just dry them on this paper towel a little bit. You can see all that alcohol coming up out of them as they get squeezed just a little bit. But I was quite excited to find these. I have these species in my collection already. I had just never collected them myself. And for transparency and for the sake of what we were just doing, we have a label. There it is. So I have the little handwritten data label that I'm just going to put down on the foam, and then I'll know where these guys came from when it comes time to actually typing up the labels. Just pull back all mouse. We we just got I got back last night from a work trip to Georgia. And we were picking up this guy's insect collection, or at least part of it, as a donation to our museum. And there were 3 of us from my museum, and then the guy who was doing the donating. We had so much fun Thursday night. Between the 4 of us, we killed like a bottle and a half of bourbon, and we would just rotate through who was sitting at the microscope and doing beetle ID at any given time. So it's like I would be at the scope, I'd be IDing stuff or whatever, and then everybody else would be drinking bourbon. And then like after a while, I would rotate off. I would go get my drink. Someone else would go on and start working on their group. And so it was really fun. We had a really, really good time, but my God, was it late. We were up very, very late, and then we had to come back tomorrow, or come back yesterday. So we had quite the evening, but we made it back all safe and sound. We brought 18 boxes of stuff back, and as I'm unloading it this week, I'll definitely take pictures and put them in bug cord. Let's get drunk and look at beetles. Yeah, absolutely. Even this is funnier too. At ESA, so at the bug meeting, like the big bug meeting that we were just at, there was a group of us there from the Beetle ID course that I did over the summer. And the one girl who was still working on her project had a bunch of pictures of these little tiny beetles that she had taken. And so there were like 5 of us from the class sitting around in a hotel lobby with our drinks, looking at beetle pictures on this one person's phone and passing them around, being like, "Oh yeah, that's a tenebrion. Oh yeah, that's a nudidulid." And honestly, it was so fun of like doing beetle ID, hanging out with people that I haven't seen in a long time, a little bit of booze going on, and just looking at pictures of beetles. And that is, in fact, my idea of a fun night. So that's what we were doing. I was talking about emotional support animals. Yeah. The acronyms get crazy. Because there was also Roach, 10 streams? That's crazy. You're here all the time. It's great. Um, um, um. Oh my god. Stop, please. Roach, 4 months. Late for me, Elizabeth. Night, Becca. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. Oh no, what happened? We good? Okay, I think we're caught up there. All right. I was frozen on my screen for a second, so that was slightly worrisome. Um, big streaker, crazy. Um, update on that. I have sent. Actually, I can ask since we're here. What sorts of things do you guys want for sub badges? Because I had some ideas, but I don't know how well it would translate to. We're gonna bring the ants back. We're gonna talk about this for just a second. I can't tell where my shit is. Buggies, of course. Okay, great. Do you want like do you want characters of buggies, so like actual bugs themselves, or would you want uh this was something that I think Tortilla said was like camp badges. So it would be like a little patch, obviously then with a bug on it. But would you rather have that, or would you rather have like just a bug? And also, what bugs? Bugs in hats and new hats for longer streak. Both are great. Bugs and hats, new hats for longer streak. Okay. Yeah, I think so, Donkus. Um, I don't know how many different insects there would be. It might just be different kinds of beetles. Maybe an earwig tossed in there. Because the thing with doing ground beetles roach, I obviously like that's like a good idea. Um, is that a lot of ground beetles would look the same, and I don't think it would be great to do like, oh yeah, we're busting ground beetle out for like the 6 month badge, and then there's nowhere else to go from there. We've already peaked so early. But I also want people to have cool things, sooner and not have to wait like a year to get ground beetle. Strassi badge. Um, Donkus likes badge ideas. Bugs you really like and level up to bugs you really like a little. Bugs you really like. Okay. I had also thought about that, Donkus, about having like the 3 month badge be like a larva or something, but then beetle pupae, like beetle cocoons, don't really look like much. And so that would be like a pretty poor second one. And the only way that I could thought about getting around that would be doing like a monarch chrysalis instead. But then I would want it to hatch from beetle larva and monarch chrysalis into a beetle, then, obviously. I wouldn't want a stinky butterfly. So, um, Yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly. Okay. I have a Word document open. What throw out some shit. What do we what kind of bug? Bagworm cocoon would be cool. Yeah, okay. Okay, okay. Non-ground beetles up until 1 year, then ground beetles with various accessories after 1 year. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. So far, Beaker's on an idea that I kind of like. Okay, let me. Base would be scarab, grub. um, Hi, Ophelia. We're brainstorming sub badges right now, because I talked to somebody about um Tortilla. I have to talk to you off stream first. Um, but I had an idea for the BRB screen, um, and also the channel points redesign. Um, and so do we? I don't know if we got a. I don't know if we got a clear consensus. Do we want the camp badges, or do we want just bug pictures? Roach, yes, that's the plan. Both ideas, okay. Camp badges, ideas, cute. Camp badges, camp badges. Okay, okay. That's what I'm worried about, Space Camp. But I like Roach has a damn Totodile next to her name, and like I can still tell what it is. It might be like a little hard to see, but I don't think it'll be any worse than like the not that the Alveus ones are bad. The Alveus ones are really really good, but kind of like in that realm of things would be the idea for like the non camp badge things would just be sort of like the scorpions or the winnies or the chickens, whatever that's on Alveus. Cute little cute little thing. Bug shapes and circles, def work. Yes. Yes. Okay. Bugs and circles. Okay. We can work with this. We can definitely work with this. Um, mm, I think I'm gonna have to rank bugs because I'm like, is a Weevil badge like personally? Do I think that's better than an Earwig badge? Probably not. Probably not. At least like in my mind. Um, I was gonna Tortilla read my mind. I was gonna say if someone makes me bug tier list, we can do that Monday. We can do that Monday stream. We'll do bug tier list. I would be happy to do that and become like a degen content creator. Okay, I I have some notes taken, and I'll talk to my coworker on Monday um, about this idea, and I'll have to figure out where I want to rank things because like right now I have my idea list of what we were talking about there. Um, would be the bit the like the first sub you get your little scarab grub, and then 3 months would be a ladybug because I don't really like ladybugs that much, but it's still a beetle. But then 6 months I had weevil, but I feel like that's early. I feel like that's early to have a weevil because people want weevils. And then is it earwig? Does it get off of beetles and go to earwig before ground beetle? Like, what's the. I don't understand my own progression here. So I'll have to think about that. I'm not giving you a butterfly, Roach. I can also do emotes. That is another thing that probably should happen at some point. Uh, if anybody wants to make bug emotes, let me know. Overthinking about bugs is my job. That's so true. Okay. Um. Oh, there are also badges for bits. Hmm. Interesting. I think that is where you get into like bugs with hats. Because I feel like a weevil with a top hat would be somebody who would donate bits or like sub badges or donate subs. Hmm. I Donkus with all of the like the love and respect in the world, I don't think anybody is going to be subbing tier 2 and tier 3 to this. Scorpio Flies Microsoft Chelsea, custom mod and VIP badges. Interesting. Interesting. Bit badges, bug bits, process palps. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna save chat. I'm gonna save the chat arena output for this. Um Okay. Yes, shattering output on this is going to be pretty sick. So because I have all of these ideas. Do the fundraising. Yeah, I understand that, Ophelia, but like that's Alveus. I'm me. Custom author through 7TV. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Learning a lot of things. Okay. Anyway, do we want to look at bugs again now? We have talked badges, and I have some ideas. I have some ideas swirling around. So I think we can. I think we have enough to work from. In terms of that. So okay. That is not what I wanted. I did not want my face to be big again. Let me get rid of this. We're getting rid of the ants. Okay. Everybody, say goodbye again to Calypso. She is just going to move until we get back here. So she's safe and sound right back there, so she's still on stream. But okay, we can move on to pinning things now. At least start. We've got our beetles back. And this is like pretty good. We're pretty excited about this already. These are nice big beetles. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for the big reveal? Oh no, that's so shit. This is not the reveal that I wanted. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. Let me fuck with my white balance. It's not that exciting. Oh no. These are like really red in real life. They're like kind of purple. Dang, that's such a bummer. This guy was fucked up when I found him. Lucas found this one. Lucas found this guy and was like, "Yo, what are we gonna do about that one?" But yeah, so this one's Elytra were already kind of messed up when we got there. We didn't call him chopped, but it does sort of look like he got chopped. But yeah, so this I don't know what happened here. But this is one of the snail-eating ground beetles. These are both actually snail-eating ground beetles. And if we like zoom in, you can definitely see some of the adaptations that they have for doing this. So they have really long, comparatively, faces. This M guy was kind of fucked up when we found him. It hasn't gotten any better. I'm still fucked up. What are you talking about, Tortilla? So yeah, this is one of the snail-eating ground beetles. And what you'll notice is that the eyes are super far back on the head, and the mandibles are very projecting. They're, going forward. And that's because they use their heads to shove down into the opening of a snail and just grab on, and then they kind of just eat down into the snail. And then eventually, when they get back to the back, they'll pull it out. So there's a whole there's a whole group of these of ground beetles in the North America that will feed on snails. Um, and let me poop. Here they are, my good forceps. Okay, excellent. Um, if we look underneath, they have all of this extra stuff that also helps them hold on to their prey items. So we're looking at the underside of the head right now. And you can see there's sort of like two pairs of stuff going on. This outside piece here, this is actually a part of the palp. So that is attached to this section here. So that is an extra part of the palpomere that helps them grab onto things. The actual mandibles are these hard pairs here in the middle, and you'll see that there's like teeth. So you can see there's like all these grippers and teeth and things going on here inside of the mouth that help them grab onto their very slippery food of snails. And you can also see some of the identifying stuff that we would use to tell what this thing is. So this one is currently the 1, 2, 3, 4. So the antennal segment there on like the right in the middle of the screen is antennomere 4. And then the one to the left is antennomere 5. And so in the key, it would ask like antennomere densely hairy from segment 4 or from segment 5. So this is actually one of the things that we'll use later to look at when we're trying to identify these things. Box, what's up? Welcome in. And then another thing that we use a lot in this group, particularly, is labial palpomere 2. So this long piece that's kind of coming... Ophelia, is Ren your partner? Maybe. Okay. Feel like you should know that. It's they're getting auto modded. It says possible ban evader. I think that's funny. So okay, great. It says you're getting flagged here. It says you're possibly being a ban evader. That's very funny to me. But yes, hello, welcome in. Welcome to Bugstream. So this section here, the palpomeres are the segments of the palps. Palpomere is like palp number, essentially. So palpomeres are the segments of the palps. And this long piece right here in the middle, with all of those stiff hairs coming out of it, is labial palpomere 2. It's the second one. The wide thing over here on the left is the third. And in this group, one of the ID things is labial palpomere 2 pluricetos, which means with many hairs on them, or is it bicetos, meaning that there's only 2. So again, in this case, when we get to that part of the key eventually. This will be very clearly pluricetos because there's lots of different hairs on there. Now, if we look at this other one, which I do think is a separate species. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, so then we can see other cool things going on. This one's just, a big mess of legs. I'm still... There we go. We're focusing back out on it. So they've got very long legs. Fox, that's crazy. They've got long legs. They're quite fast, which is surprising because you actually don't need to be that fast to track down a snail. So they are quite quick, I guess, to probably try to escape other predators, maybe catch up, spend a lot of ground trying to access snails. But you don't need to be that fast to actually catch snails. This one... Oh, interesting. I thought this was a male. Maybe it's not. Space Camp, look away. What if that one snail from the movie where he's a race car? You mean Turbo? Turbo, the snail movie that I went on a date to once? I know about the snail car movie. It's a boy. Well, welcome in, new people. Hello. Ren, Esther. A big part of insect identification is, I don't know if unfortunately, but a lot of it involves looking at male genitalia to make species IDs. And so whenever I can, usually when I have fresh material like this, and it is a male, I will pull the genitalia out to save myself headaches later on. Because the stuff was collected like last week, it's still able to get dissected pretty easily. But once it dries out, we would have to go through this whole process of like rehydrating it and then dissecting it and things like that. So yes, welcome in, new friends. This is a beetle penis. So we just get right up in there. This piece sticking straight up is the median lobe. And that's kind of like the main piece that you use to do the identifications. But there are also the parameres, which is like this little hair structure that's sticking out to the right now, which is kind of paired underneath, that go alongside of the median lobe. And so yeah, this is part of the ID process. I don't fully know if we need them for this genus, if I'm being like completely totally honest. But again, I would rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. General rule in life for many things. But now my next step is I'm just going to try and untangle some of these legs. They've got very, very long tarsi. So this whole thing is the leg, and then everything from this point down is just tarsus. So they have some pretty long legs, which means that they do get tangled up pretty often. And we're not going to leave the legs pulled out like this, but this is just going to help us be able to position them better on the foam without without getting everything stuck underneath and whatnot. So we'll just kind of put these vaguely where I want them. The front legs forward, and then the other two pairs back. And then untuck the antenna. Then we'll be good to go. So if we flip it over, there's some cool detailing. Now that we open those mandibles from the underneath, you can see them a little bit better from up top here. There we go. So you can see the teeth on the inside of those mandibles and all those stiff spines on the inside of the palps that help them hold on to the snails. No, Space Camp. Peen out first thing. Got to start with that. And then something else that you're able to see right here is the labrum, which is this structure here at the front of the head. I need a pin to point at things with. Let's go with this one. So this like U-shaped structure is essentially the insect's upper lip. And that's what keeps the food from like going up top while they're eating. And so the number of hairs on the labrum is, again, something that we use to identify this group. And right now, we are actually able to see them pretty well compared to most times that you're able to get them. So there are actually 6. There are those 4 that you can see in the middle, like in the middle of the U, but then there's this other one on the left-hand side that is like sticking out of that piece off to the left. And if we just focus it back a little bit, I guess focus it down, you can see the corresponding hair there on the right-hand side. So in total, the labrum has these 6 CD on it. Sometimes there's only 4, and other times the hairs break off sometimes. So when you're eventually doing these IDs, sometimes you have to look for the little pokes where the hairs were going in. You can also see then that there's another single hair coming out of the clypeus, which is that piece above the labrum. And there's not just one. It appears there's just the one. However, if we move that, that's weird. Why is it like that? Yeah, so you can see the one right here is the puncture where the other one is supposed to go. So that hair got broken off at some point. I don't know if it was like while I was picking it up or if something happened, but that hair is a paired structure, which is pretty neat. And then coming back here, I know you guys always like looking at the eyeballs. We can get that more into focus. So you can see all the little cells on the eye, which is always very cool. And then for those of you that were here Monday, when I gave the presentation that I gave at the conference, and I was talking about the supraorbital setae, which are just the long hairs above the eyes. I kind of think of them like eyelashes. This one just has the single one. So there's only one supraorbital seta here. And it's easier to see these looking across the head rather than as looking straight down, because then you're getting like the full length of the hair rather than just like looking down at the top of it. So there's a little bit of dust or debris on this right now. Allow me to scooch this out the way. Okay, great. Cleaned up just a little bit. But this hair here that's coming out over the eye right now, so this one, where the pin is, that is the one supraorbital seta. So there's just the one. So in that key, it would go the other way. So that's great. We looked at one of them for right now. And I am going to get a pin in this guy. So I know we've done this before to some success. So we have bug. And we want to put the pin in the upper right-hand section of the wing. So on the beetle, you can see that there's like that line sort of straight down the middle of the body. And that divides the insect in half. And so I put the pin on the right-hand side because if there's any specific character that's like straight down the middle, you don't want to mess with it. And so insects are bilaterally symmetric, which means that they're the same on both the left and the right. Why we do it off to the right and not the left, I'm not really sure. Historical context, it's been doing this way for a very, very long time. So you kind of see that midline, and then for beetles, you pin off to the right in the wing covers. So the pin is currently in the beetle, but it is not all the way through the beetle. And that's because I need to check it from all angles to see if it is straight, like perpendicular to the pin, but also straight, that midline parallel to the pin. Don't even joke about that shit, Roach. Absolutely not. I have a septum ring. Do you really think I lean to the right? Out of your damn mind. So I'm just checking the angles again now. And so if you look, the wing split is basically parallel to the pin. And if we turn it this way, the pin is basically perpendicular to the body of the insect. And so now I'm just going to grab it underneath and push the pin all the way through. And so now we've got a very nicely pinned specimen. And I just want to make sure that I can leave enough space on top that I can grab the beetle comfortably. And I have fairly big hands, so I leave a good handle for someone like me to grab onto. And then you have all this space underneath for the labels and stuff. So you have the pin, you can just grab it like that. And then I'm going to move over to the foam board and then just use some of our extra pins in the very unfortunately broken uh, pin holder thing here to arrange the legs. What if I have long nails? Well, I stabbed the beetle. Um, yes, and it's a problem. So I've had students before who have had a really hard time with this because they did have long nails. And so you just have to, you can't like come straight down like I was to grab the pin. Uh in the cases with folks with long nails, you kind of have to grab them like more coming from the side rather than like this. You kind of have to attack them like this. So you can still grab them with like the pads of your hand. So it is a concern. It is a functionality problem, but you can definitely get around it. And especially if it's something that you're doing regularly, you will either figure out the way to do it that like works for you and your long nails, or you simply just won't get your nails done. But I know some of my friends. I went to entomology a friend of mine's wedding, and she was like, "Yeah, this is the first time I've had long nails, and we tried to grab stuff. Um, we were trying to grab stuff, and I just like couldn't. I couldn't with the nails that she had on for her wedding. So it definitely is a practical concern when working with the specimens. So the idea now um, is we have it pushed down all the way on the foam. This one right here is the one that we're looking at. Um, and that's because we want everything to stay flat. All of these that are up here above the foam are dry already, and so they're not going to move. Their legs aren't going to droop, everything's not going to fall down. So the reason we push new specimens like this one down onto the foam is that we can set the legs and set the body and everything will be flat underneath. If you have legs that are like dangling down, um, the labels and stuff can crush the legs as they're getting put on later. So you want to make sure that everything is nice and flat and kind of neat and tidy. Right now, those legs are not what I would call neat and tidy. So I'm going to do a little bit of tucking and a little bit of moving things around here just to make it a little bit more on par with what you want to see in specimens. And so you want to keep everything relatively symmetrical, but it doesn't have to be perfect. I know folks who do this for display a lot will like actually do pinning on graph paper so they have lines, and I will do that too if I am prepping like a mantis or a tarantula or something of like a friend's pet that has passed. But generally for these things, I make it good enough. Everything is tucked, but not so tucked that you can't see it. And basically, you just don't want legs splaying out everywhere. Because again, in an insect collection, space is a really big deal. And so having a lot of that space taken up with legs that are sticking out to the side or antennae that are going all wibbly wobbly, it's dangerous for the specimen because if you're moving things around, that antenna or that leg can get knocked off. So you kind of want everything tucked in nicely, but you don't want everything like completely balled up under there because that also doesn't help you with IDs. Higgledy piggledy, yes. Talk to you for a walk. See you all in a bit. Bye, Donkus. Have a good walk. Tell Taki we love him. So here is more or less the final product. So you can see I use some of those other pins to basically tuck those legs, make everything just a little bit more tucked in and compacted. So that's the idea with... Roach, you asked a question? What's your question? I didn't see your question. You didn't ask a question. Oh, that one. Okay. Have you ever put a live bug in your pocket because you didn't have anything else to put it in? No. One, I keep that thing on me. I always have a vial. In the morning, when I do my like pocket check, I go wallet, knife, phone, keys, bags to get into work, bug vial. So I always have something in my backpack or on my person that I can put a bug in. I also have like a little pill bottle on my keys. That's for my dairy things if I ever want to eat dairy, because otherwise it'll fuck me up. So I have my little stash of pills in a little container. There have been several times where I have gotten rid of those pills, put the pills in my pocket to put the bug in the little container. But also, because I'm never like that far from a container, I'll just hold it most of the time. And I have had to hold them for a very long time, depending on where I was. So when I was in undergrad, I was getting all my certifications and everything for becoming a counselor for bug camp. And that meant that I had to go to 15 passenger van training. So I had to go sit through like 2 hours of video that's like, this is how you drive a van and don't crash it when it's full of children. On my way into that building, I found a Hercules beetle. And a Hercules beetle, pretty sizable. Pretty sizable thing. And as much as I would love to say that I had a container big enough for that, I didn't. I don't carry containers that big on a day-to-day basis. I love these Sarstet vials. So this is the size of vial that I have on me at any given time ever. So a Hercules beetle is not going to fit in this. So I had to sit there, and I think there's a picture. It should be one of the oldest things in my phone right now. Hold on, give me 1 second. I think I have a picture of me sitting there at the computer holding this beetle. Yep, there it is. That was actually surprisingly quick to find. Exclamation point bug cord. If y'all want to see it, I'm popping it in there now. Before I had to do a training. So I had a beetle in my hand. There you go. Okay, post it. Bug cord. Big beetles while in Florida. I love when beetles are too big for their own good. You're not really here at the right time of year for that, but we can see what goes on. Okay, I took my old... This is a sentence. I took my old mantis fish home in a cup from the college cafeteria. Had to awkwardly walk into the cafeteria with a very pissed off mantis trying to gnaw and claw his way out of my hands and be like, hey, can I get some gravy to go cup? incredible. Have you ever seen that like that meme where it's a Starbucks cup and it's like cup of water, no water, add wasp? And it's like a wasp or a mantis or something in the cup. I always thought that was funny. Um, but yes, I don't know that I've ever put a bug in my pocket because I would just hold it in my hand instead. So that's actually a pretty valid question there. I apologize for not answering it earlier, Roach. So let's go back to scope cam, and now we've got the other beetle of the same type. So if we zoom out, we got snail eater again. I think based on what these looked like when they were alive, that these are in fact different species. They look very similar, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to check. Maybe they are. I don't know, man. Anyway, we're gonna pop some bits here again. Ooh, this one's a female. So we haven't done this a ton. She got bush. So these are the gonococcytes, or the things that basically flare out to stabilize as the ovipositor comes out. And these have historically not been used that much in taxonomy, which is a real shame. A lot of stuff was named based of like was identified based solely off of males. So there's a lot of cases where there's been a new species that's been described as just from a female that turns out just to be a male of, or that turns out to just be the female of a different species that's already been described. But in insects, females are. It depends on which insect, but we'll generally say 50% of the population. And so if you think about that, it's kind of crazy if you have to use genitalia to identify something that you can only identify half of what comes in. And so in ground beetles, at least, the gonococcytes do look different between species. And this whole apparatus here, not only these like pretty sclerotized ones in the front, but those little things on Tergite 10 underneath, like the ones that are like sort of in focus in the middle now. Yeah, absolutely, affiliate. It absolutely is. So they're using these more often now to aid in identification. So from the top, like if she were ovipositing, these are the last abdominal segments. So these are the gonococcytes from the top. It's the same. Yeah, from the top, make it drop. We're not gonna finish that. But yeah, so this piece right here between them is the subgenital plate. This is Tergite 10. So all of this is still useful if somebody were to catalog it and tell you how it's useful. And like do a study of like, okay, we figured out that these things were mating in the field. We know this is a male-female pair. Let's describe this. Or They're found in the same area. These things were found, maybe 30 yards from each other. So even though I thought they were maybe different when I collected them, maybe they're not. Maybe this is just a male and female difference in the same species. Um, Something else that people are doing nowadays are, obviously genetics. So I could take a leg off of these, grind them up, get them sequenced, and then it would tell me whether or not they were the same or not. And so that's a really good way to confirm females of certain species to then describe the genitalia if it's helpful. In this group particularly, there is not a lot of sexual dimorphism, so the males and the females don't look that different. And so because of that, you don't often, as far as I know, you don't ever have to actually look at genitalia to make the identifications. I am again pulling these, one, because Space Camp doesn't like it, and two, because I would rather have it done now than have to try and come back to it later. So, yes, again, not super informative. I think we can probably identify these without having to look at the bits, but the bits are here, the bits are out. Let's just keep it moving. So I'm going to pin this one again a little bit more carefully, because this is the one that the elytra are already cracked. So when I picked it up or whatever, it's already cracked. It's already cracked on the right-hand side, or on the left-hand side, though, excuse me. So the pin is going to be going in the other side, which is good. So we're not super at risk of this breaking any further. But this is also showing something kind of neat about this group. If you notice, here is that center line, and there is part of the bottom of that elytra that is broken off that is still attached to that center line. These beetles are flightless. So their elytra are mostly fused. So right down the middle, they're connected. And you can sort of see through this crack, which is not ideal, but we can see down onto the top, we can very clearly see tergites, or those segments on top of the beetle. There are no wings under here. They don't fly at all. They can't, because they don't have wings. They also have sealed elytra. So I think that's kind of neat, something that we wouldn't be able to see on a quote-unquote normal specimen. So if Lucas stepped on it, that's fine. It's not a big deal. I don't mind. So here, if we look, get everything back in focus, we have this center line, and even though it doesn't really do much in this group, it still tells us where the midline of the body is. Then we're going to come over here into the upper right portion of the elytra, and the portion of the body that we're trying to hit underneath is this segment, like right here. This is a big plate where nothing is really going on, and there's not a ton of stuff there for you to destroy. So, sorry, not focus for you guys. We are trying to put the pin like right through here on the underside. So as like a visual marker, we're trying to get kind of like right about there. So let's see how good I am at this. And again, I need to be careful because this wing is already a little bit messed up because of the cracking. So I don't want to mess it up even further. So the pin is in. And now I'm just going to check my angles. You can, if we turn it sideways, with the pin straight up, you can see that the beetle is like facing up, and we don't want to do that. So the pin is inside, and I can move it around to get it to be perpendicular like I want it to before coming completely through the beetle. There we go. Okay. So now we're looking good. We're perpendicular this way. We're pretty parallel this way. I probably could fix that a little bit. And then I just need to push the pin all the way through. And again, because this is already kind of delicate, I'm going to use the wrapped up phone book again. And then just go all the way down. So now the pin is all the way through. It's relatively straight in both axes. And so now I'm just going to pull those legs out from under it so I can arrange them like we did with the other one and not have to worry about stuff getting tangled. So I just kind of get them off to the side the best I can. That one goes there. All right. And now we shall put this one down on the foam as well and use some of our extra pins to finish arranging. But in the interest of time, let's double task a little bit here and move on to some other stuff. So I'm going to get some other stuff out and drying so we can look at it right when it's done. So I have another vial here with some specimens in it. Oh, these are the ones from... Ooh, these are exciting. So I just dumped them out into this little glass dish. And I'm still figuring out how we can do this with the glare from the lights, because it would be cool to sort through stuff from time to time. But with the glare on here, it's kind of tricky to make it look good. These are pretty neat. I don't know what they are, but just by virtue, I mean, they're ground beetles. I've established that much. Interesting. So these are cool because of where they came from. So I have a friend. I'm going to finish pinning, and I'm actually going to just let these dry for a second here. So they're now in the paper towel. Holding off for just a second while we finish up this last one. One thought at a time here. Tuck our legs back. Front leg forward, antennae back. And we are good to go there. Okay, great. Those were those two from the one site. Now, this conference was in Portland, Oregon. And that area has ice crawlers. And these are a favorite of us having talked about them on chat chats. But this is a different insect order that's like kind of closely related to earwigs and a couple of other like crickets and things like that. But these are ice crawlers, and they are so temperature sensitive that if you pick them up on your bare hand, the heat from your hand will kill them. So obviously, they are only found in like high elevation places, places with a lot of snow, um, and worldwide, they're only known from the northern parts of the U.S., Japan, and like the ranges in Siberia. So it's a very small insect order. There's only like 30 species worldwide. Um, yeah, 30 species worldwide. Okay, very cool. And so this is a whole insect group that I've like never seen before. And they were obviously a big target for a lot of folks at the entomology conference, and probably good for that reason if there's 4,000 entomologists running around. Um, there was nowhere nearby where they were legal to collect. So I didn't find any. I didn't specifically go out looking for them because I was more interested in trying to find some of these beetles. But I had a friend of mine who spent one of the days at the conference, got a car, and drove trying to find these things. And so she rented a car and drove up Mount Hood, which is just outside of Portland. Um, and didn't end up finding any. She had took like a carload of some of our other friends, and she tried and tried and tried to get them, but did not have any luck, unfortunately. Um, However, up at the top of the, I wouldn't say the top of the mountain, up pretty high on the mountain. So she was at like over 7,000 feet in elevation, I think. They were flipping rocks because these things are under rocks, like with snow and things like that. Um, she found these beetles for me. So these are high elevation, under snow ground beetles. And I think they're the genus Amblyognathus just based on the head. Are these in Oregon? I don't even know, to be like 100% honest. No, does not look like they are. Okay, so I don't know what the hell these things are doing then. Okay. I'm going to have to identify these later because I don't know what they are. Obviously, they're ground beetles, but yes, these are not grilloblattids, unfortunately. But ground beetles from 7,000 feet, still pretty cool. I need to break out the ultrafines. So it's hard to scale these. These are probably about a centimeter long total. So here they are next to like the normal forceps heads that I use. And if you'll notice, these forceps are not what they once were because that bottom tine got broken off. So these are not ideal for doing dissections anymore because they don't have that super fine tip. I have plenty of other forceps. It's really not that big of a deal. These are still okay, but they probably will not work for what we're trying to do right now. Upside down fen sleeping? Oh my god. Twitchy boy. So cute. That was well worth it. Thank you, Donkus. Okay. I know. I saw. So we are now breaking out the forceps. These were like $90 a pair when I got them. So these are like ultra fine tips. And so if we look at like the regular fine tip forceps here compared to the ultra fines now on the right hand side, you can see how much finer those tips get. So we're going to be using the ones on the right now to do this other dissection. So these beetles that we're looking at now that I'm not like entirely sure what they are part of the family or the subfamily Harpalini, which has a lot of things that do look very similar. And this is a group where like a lot of the time you need to have genitalia pulled. So we are going to do that for these. I don't know if either of these are males, so who knows if it'll even be helpful. Yep, okay, never mind. That first one's a male. They're both males, I think. Okay, cool. So that's going to work. So if I just hold it here, we go in the... Ooh, these are... This is stiff. Okay, I'm not going to be able to do this right now. Okay. I can't do these right now. They are pretty dry. And that... Let me... Okay. That is my problem. We're gonna have to table that for the time being. Those were given to me in isopropyl alcohol, which is not ideal. Because isopropyl tends to really dry out the specimens versus ethanol, it keeps them a little bit looser for a little bit longer. So I can tell by the smell when I dump these out that this is isopropyl. And because of that, the bodies are kind of stiff. And that means that the inside membranes are also very stiff. So I am going to have to soak those. I'll use water. I don't have my kettle up here, but for those of you OGs have heard me talk about beetle tea before, I'll have to soak them in hot water to loosen them up before I can do those dissections. So we'll move on to something else. These, none of this stuff in here is a ground beetle. So we're moving focuses for just a second. This is going to take a little while because we're going to do some tiny stuff. So we're going to have to point. Leapart. Cheers. Okay, get rid of that label so we don't dox it fully. So this one is going to have a lot more little stuff in it. So those last beetles were pretty tiny. They were about a centimeter. These beetles are maybe 3.5 millimeters. So going back to like the normal forceps tips, this is what they look like compared to the beetles now. So very, very small. These are really neat. These are the family Byrrhidae, Byrrhidae, and they're called pill beetles. but I've also heard them called like some form of uh, moss beetle. And the way that I got these was taking a little white pan and sticking it up against a tree that was covered with moss and then petting the tree. So basically just rubbing the tree up and down, knocking the beetles loose from the tree branches or from the moss that was on the tree. And then sucking them up with my little bug vacuum. There's a couple other things here, like obviously we're looking at a larva right now and a true bug that's not a beetle. There's a cool large springtail up here in the top right of the camera right now. And then also a lace bug. So this little guy here all the way on the right is the family Tingidae. They're called lace bugs. As you can see, they're very like lacy and intricate. I don't know if this was on that guy. No, prong bug. Move it over just a tad. So this is a lace bug. And we're looking at the underside right now. It'll be a lot more obvious once we flip it over. You can still see it, but it's a lot more impressive from the other side. So there's a bunch of tiny stuff in here that we are going to have to point mount, which means I get to break out Big Bertha, who is now in charge of doing all of my large points. So I'm going to pull some of these out to dry on the paper towel because they're going to need to do that. Do I not have a pipette anywhere? I'm losing my mind. Hello? Bear with me. Bear with me. Okay. I'm going to have to do some materials searching. So you know what that means. The ants get to babysit you, chat. Please hold while I try and find a pipette. Let me put you back into the immersion. Okay, be back in a second. Okay, we are back. I've got pipettes to be able to move specimens around. Um, Thank you, Calypso, for your diligent service of keeping chat occupied while I was gone. She'll be back at some point, I'm sure, when I have to go grab something else. So the idea now is to siphon off some of this alcohol that is over here in this vial, or that's over here in this little dish, because it keeps spilling when I try to move it. So I'm just picking up some of it right now, because I need to keep some of these things in alcohol, or else they will not be that useful scientifically. So, for instance, the springtails. The springtails need to stay wet. So I am going to move those back into this vial until I can get them to our springtail guy. There's some kind of neat ones. You have this this long one here. So you can go back in. So that's also going to dump the beetle. I guess that's fine. Most of them are these pretty long ones. But there is also this one, in ridiculously cute guy, right here. Look at him. Goddamn teddy bear. Yeah, so it's kind of attached to this other bigger springtail at the moment. But we are going to put both of these back into the vial. Let's see. Lace bugs can stay out. Okay, another springtail here. Oh, that's a beetle. Grab that springtail. Let's see. What else are we not going to do tonight? I don't want to do true bugs. So we'll keep the lace bugs because those are neat. But these other two, these murids or plant bugs, I'm not going to do tonight. So we're just going to grab this one. And I think for this other one, I can just use the forceps. Not that bad. Grab that. Another thing that we don't necessarily want right now is this larva that's right here. So this little guy. We're going to take him out. And I think I can just grab his little leggies. There we go. And then last but not least, I had this firefly that we found, which is very cool. We were talking about the fireflies from Arizona that I was getting ready to take with me to the conference. But I found one at the conference. And this one is another one of those non-bioluminescent ones. But up in the Pacific Northwest, these might be a different species again. So just double checking. What are you holding on to, sir? Oh, you have a sick little spider. That's cool. Let's see if we can get that out. Take a peek at that before we put that away as well. So this beetle is going off into the alcohol for genetic testing later. But then I didn't realize that I had this guy He was just kind of chilling in there, getting held by that beetle. But this is a little sheet web weaver. I think this is a linnepheid. Just a little tiny spider family. So that spider is maybe like 2 or 3 millimeters long. So quite small. That abdomen pattern is really, really nice. And you can start to see some of those like projecting hairs on the legs. And of course, those eyes right there at the top of the head. So I'm also going to put this back in the alcohol. So maybe the beetle can hang back on to his little friend. But the rest of this stuff is stuff we are going to mount. Get pinned up so we can see what we got here. There's at least 2 different species of beard here. No, sorry, 2 different species of beetle. They might all be the same beard. And then we have the lace bugs. So the beards are the shiny green ones, which I'm going to mount first because I'm most excited about those. Then we have this guy. That's a Staphylinidae or a rove beetle. But specifically, this is one of my favorite things to say in all of entomology. It is in the genus Stenus. So these are super cool. Rove beetles, we know, have those shortened wing covers, that kind of long abdomen. But Stenus in particular have really large eyes. This might just be better to look at once it's not in alcohol. But he has these really crazy big eyes, and they use it to hunt springtails. These are like semi-aquatic. They can kind of walk on water sometimes. But they have a crazy method of hunting. They have like the movie Alien. It like juts out and catches springtails. Let me. Fuck! I forgot how to do this again. Display capture. Oh, that was easier than I thought it was. Okay.
Interactions I've ever filmed. Let me introduce you to this.
So this is from the Ant Lab. Oh, you guys can't see this yet. Hold on. There we go. So we're gonna watch this video. It's like 3 minutes long, but it explains what this little rove beetle is. So hopefully you guys can see it.
A rove beetle in the genus Stenus. And the thing it's
He
about to
says
attack
Stenus. That's
is
bullshit.
tiny springtail in the genus Holsomia. Watch what it does. Stenus beetles have a projectile mouthpart that works kind of like a sticky harpoon, and they shoot it at their prey. Here, let me show you what that footage looks like again. It happens fast. This sequence you're seeing was filmed at 6,000 frames per second. After the prey is caught, the beetle retracts its mouthpart and begins its feeding process. One thing that makes that footage interesting is how small and fast everything is. This little square of sand is where that beetle lived while I was here in the lab and where I filmed those sequences. Here, let me show you what it looks like in real time. First, a couple misses. Here are both those shots going frame by frame. In both of these, the mouthpart goes from retracted to fully extended in just a single frame. And here, in real time, are 2 successful prey captures. The attack of the Stenus beetles has to be fast because their prey have one of the fastest known animal escape jumps. This is them. This is one of our springtail colonies, and you can see how fast they are when I move the substrate and they scatter away by jumping. Here's what that escape jump looks like in slow motion. They have a spring-loaded appendage folded underneath their bodies that they use to fling themselves several body lengths into the air and away from danger. I've actually been researching springtail jumps here in the lab for years, and There are several other videos in this channel that are all about that. The Stennis beetles are able to catch them because they don't need to touch their prey before they strike. With their huge eyes, they visually orient themselves and can strike from a distance. This one shoots its harpoon into a crevice in the sand and successfully pulls out a springtail. It's able to do that even while the springtail is moving and bumping into the sand because their mouthpart ends in a pair of ultra-sticky pads. The stickiness comes from both microstructures at the ends of the pads and an adhesive secretion that they're coated in. Other insects that have fast-moving mouthparts to catch springtails, like trapjaw ants, have to get closer and even touch the springtails before they attack. This can give the springtail time to sense the predator and jump away. With a Stennis attack, it's likely the springtail has no idea what's coming and no time to react. Now there are a bunch of other cool things to know about these beetles. One amazing thing is that there are over 3,000 described species within the genus Stennis, which means there are more species of beetles like this than there are all praying mantises. If you want to go on a search for one yourself and experience this kind of satisfaction when you see one, you might search in places like this, around the edges of streams and amongst the rocks. And if you're lucky, you might also see them doing their other special trick of skimming across the surface of the water. I haven't seen this yet, but it's on my list. So, with any luck, I'll find more of those beetles, and they'll be...
Okay, we're back.
more videos about them here on this channel.
Okay, here is that video, in case anybody wants to revisit it. Oh, yeah, sorry, Donkus. I saw you make the comment and I turned up what I could, but that was my mic picking up audio from my computer to get you the video. I'll have to work on that. But yeah, so Stennis, I say Stennis. Obviously that guy said Stennis, but I say the genus Stennis because it's a lot funnier that way. They're pretty cool. That harpoon thing is really, really neat. And pretty cool that we found it. So, you posted this yesterday. It has to come up because I can't say it now without thinking about how I say it. I went and picked a dandelion. Dandelion. Yeah. I don't say lion. I also don't say dandy. Yeah. I went and picked up a dandelion. Yeah. Okay. That's how I say it. Dandelion. Yeah. Yeah. I hope that helped you with whatever scientific survey you were doing. Anyway, that's Stennis. That's the other beetle we've got going on in here. But I am very interested in all these little green guys because, again, this is a very... it's a family of beetle that I've never collected before. So, new to the collection, when we get to this part in pre-chat chats, we'll actually have specimens now, which is very exciting. Anyway, so I am just going to pick these up and drop them onto the paper towel to dry out for a bit. Just so they're dry, and I can also prep the points in this time. So we're going to start with all of the beards first, again, because that's my concern at the moment. But then we'll come back and do the lace bugs, and then we'll do Stennis at the very end. Pop that there. Now, for those of you who haven't been here. What is this?
Dandelion.
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 The US one isn't playing. It won't let it play in the US for me. Anyway, yes, so I have these pulled out now, drying on this paper towel. I'm just going to let that cook for a bit while I make the points. So, thanks for hanging out, Ren. Study well. Good luck with math. So for really small things, we can't just put them on a pin. The pin would totally obliterate this beetle being so small. And so the way that we'd get around that is that we have these points. So we have these punches that will pop these little paper triangles out. And then we use the triangle to glue the beetle onto the triangle and then put the triangle on the pin. For these guys, because they are so small, I am going to use these new big points. And I say new because I just picked up the punch for these last week at ESA. And so I'll show you why we're doing that. Might be a little bit hard to see since this is white on white background. But here are what the tips of the points look like. Again, left one is shorter, that one's a little bit longer. God damn it. Does that work? There we go. Okay. So the tips are functionally the same. The top one might be a little bit pointier. But when we've talked about pointing before, I always mention that I bend the tip of the point down, and that creates more surface area for the glue to hang on to. And if I bend this one, it gets wider faster. So it has to be like a very, very small bend for me to be able to do anything with it. With these longer ones, it's narrower for a longer period of time, longer for a longer physical distance. So I'm able to make these bends to be small enough to accommodate these like extra tiny beetles that we're working with today. So I have never owned one of these larger points myself, one of these larger point punches myself. I've only had the smaller ones, and when I've had friends that had these bigger ones, I just stocked up and I made like 1,000 of them at one time and kept them in a little vial. Because buying the bigger point punch, this thing's like probably $100. So I didn't want to do that. But now I own one. I was gifted this one, so very excited about that. So I'm going to pop some of these larger points out real quick while those little guys are drying, and then we can start hopefully showing you the pointing process. I don't know how well it's going to go, again, on the camera, but we will do our damnedest. That's 15. I think that is too many. Or, I think that is enough, but not exactly what we needed. 16 plus that other one there. Okay. So now, now that these little guys are dry, or some of them are dry at least, I'm going to take a couple and get them out here onto center stage for us. So, the lovely thing about these, they're very tiny. But some of them, the top two in this case, were kind enough to pop genitalia for us. So we did not have to worry about it. So that's cool and funky fresh. So I'm just going to bend 3 of these point tips so I can then hopefully show the rest of the process pretty easily. So all I'm doing here is taking the paper and bending the very tip of it down like that, so it's bent at an angle. This way, when I attach it to the beetle, I'm going to come in like this. It's going to have some glue on it. But I'm going to be able to attach that directly to the side of the beetle. And since it's laying flat on the microscope, the beetle and the point are going to be like perfectly level. And so this is how I point insects because I like how flat it gets them. People do not do it like this. This is definitely more time consuming, and when you're on a time crunch or you have like an absurd amount of specimens to work through, the best way to do it is to just pin all of the little points first, dab it on the glue, dab it on the specimen, and then you're done. But because these are not particularly in a rush, and because these are my first specimens of this group, I want to make sure that they look good. And so we're going to go through the slow process. And then the next thing that I need is a little plan on popping genitals. Hell yeah, glacial. Good old-fashioned Elmer's glue. So what I'm going to do with this is just put a little tiny dab on my thumbnail. And this is also something that people don't do. A lot of times they will have like little aluminum foil boats that they make out of it. They'll put the glue on there and then they'll let it dry just a little bit because they want the glue to be tacky. Because if you just use like straight Elmer's glue like this and put a beetle on the point, if you don't let it dry a little bit first, the beetle will sag and turn because the weight of the beetle has it falling off of the point. But because my specimens, because I'm doing them this kind of silly way of doing them on the microscope stage, gravity is holding them flat. I don't have to worry about my glue getting tacky before I can use it. So I'm just going to make sure my points are bent correctly. Put the little tiniest bit of glue on there. And then attach it to the side of the specimen. I'm going to need a pin here just to stabilize it. And then, boom, we're glued. So now I can take this, move it off to the side, and let it dry. And then we repeat. Just the tiniest bit of glue. Make sure it's where I want it on the specimen, generally between like the second and third pair of legs. And then just push onto there. The reason that I like the bend like this is because it adds stability to the specimen without covering up anything underneath. Just like using eyelash glue. I can't speak to that, Tortilla, but I trust you. The thing with pointing, and it's sort of like how we were pinning things earlier, you don't want to mess up the middle. So you want to make sure that the glue does not go past the midpoint on the body. And so that's why I try and keep it bent and off to the side like this. Because if you cover up stuff in the middle, that's no good. And yeah, some people with certain specimens, I will also make like a double bend. Make sure this is nice and sturdy. Move it off to the side. I will do a double bend. So if I had like a really thick weevil, I would bend the point like this. So you have that piece that's like up the side that helps support it on the side, but then you also have this little piece that kind of cups under the body of the specimen. But when you do it this way, you have to worry about that under bend covering up identifying features. So you have to make that second bend very, very small. I guess depending on the thickness of your specimen. I also like doing it this way because every point can be more or less bent than how I want it based on whatever specimen that I have. So this is for something that's like pretty wide because again, you don't want the point covering more than halfway. Where the fuck is this thing? Okay. So you don't want the point covering more than half wide, but it's not very deep because it would be like a pretty shallow but wide specimen. If I had a different thing that was really, really deep but not wide at all, I could do the bend like this. And so if you have a full like box of pre-bent points, it's not as custom to each individual specimen, which means that it won't hold as exactly as you would want. Now again, does this take a lot of time? Yes. Is this a pain in the ass? Yes. Do I know anybody else that points like this? No. Even students that I teach tend to not do it this way anymore. But I like how my points look. I like the process. This is how I learned to point because I used to do ants, and this is how I learned to do ants. So, yeah. Anyway, this is the Evan special, shake and bake. It works. It's nothing. There's nothing wrong with it because it works. It's not the thing everybody uses, but tell that to that guy that started flipping over backwards when doing the pole vault. Fosbury, is that right? Fosbury flop. Is that correct? Anyway, this is the Evan special. So now we're going to repeat. Just get a couple more of these beetles out here onto the main section of the scope. We'll do like 3 or 4 at a time. And then we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We still have a dozen left. So let's get everybody here in the middle. Flipped onto their backs because we want the back of the specimen and the top of the point to be level. And then we also want them facing us. So the head is down. And the reason we want that all to happen is because insects should be pointed on the right-hand side with the head facing away from you. So because we're attaching the points upside down, when we flip them over, it's going to be on the right-hand side and with the head facing up. Again, this is a convoluted portion of this. Again, people don't really do it like this. But this is how I do it, so this is how we're going to continue doing it. What am I going to... Am I going to take pointing advice from Twitch chat? I don't think so. Freddy Fazbear. Yeah, that's the one that did the high jump, Ophelia. I think it was called like the jump of 87. Is that right? So, because we just did so much yapping, the glue on my thumb is not exactly where I want it to be. So we'll attach that one. And then, because this is Elmer's, we can simply wipe it off and put a new little dab of glue on here. I'm not worried about it drying out. I'm not worried about my glue being expensive like I used to. So I tend to do less glue all at once because this does take a slightly longer process than other people pointing. So just to save glue, even though it's Elmer's and not like gold or anything like that, I'll often only put a little bit of glue so I can do a few at a time and then re-up it later. So just like the pin specimens, you want to make sure that everything is kind of flat in all directions. And so this one, when I put it on, turned a little bit. So I'm just going to use the forceps head to kind of reposition. It's a little bit flatter, and then we are good to go from there. Frick. Okay. Saved. Love the app. I'm glad, Vibes. You know, I can still get work done, but I can also chat with y'all, answer questions. And so, you know, I would be doing this anyway, but to be able to answer questions and help out and hang out and whatnot while I'm doing it was kind of a big thing as to why I got into streaming on this channel. Because, like, I knew there was an audience for bug stuff. And if I was going to be at home doing it anyway, why not do it live, you know? Does everything take a lot longer? I'm not going to lie. Yes. But, you know, any work is better than no work, so any progress is fine by me. You know, this stuff I feel like I could have been done a long time ago had I not been live, but then we wouldn't be having as much fun. So, I don't mind at all. Yeah. Ophelia, that's why I stay in just chatting, and I haven't ever broken out into like labeling this as a science stream, because there is a STEM category. Because I feel like it's a lot of yapping with some bug stuff. But I feel like if I should be over in the science category, I would need to have like a lesson plan almost of like something specifically that we were going to go through that day, rather than just kind of like, we'll figure it out. So I've never branched over there, but I do think that is kind of like an untapped resource, if we will, of like finding viewers, because I do think it is all sciency. It's just how much science do they want mixed in with how much yap they get. And, you know, Maya does all the animal stuff, and all of this is on in Just Chatting. So, in Just Chatting, and then also like the animal category. But, you know, maybe one day we'll try a STEM tab stream. That's big, Glacial. You're so right. You're actually so right. Um, That has given me food for thought. We shall maybe plug that this Wednesday. We can maybe try that out this week and see what happens. But this is a weird week since Thursday's Thanksgiving. I don't know how many people are watching Twitch the night before Thanksgiving with all their families and whatnot. So we'll think about it, and we can definitely try it then. But we might need a more regular week to see what the crowds are like, and if anyone else is going to come in. Pre-chat jumps is the office hours before lecture. Yeah, you know, you come to pre-chat chats, you get taught on something that's not going to be on the exam, and then you go to the lecture where the professor tells you about shit that doesn't relate at all to what you just learned in the office hours. It was exactly like that then. And so this individual in particular is very light underneath. So that's spilled glue. That's no good. Just wipe that away. But this guy's really light underneath compared to the other ones. And I don't know if that's because he's a different species or if it's just like a teneral specimen or something. But yeah, so this one's interesting. Not sure what's going on with this guy, but we'll figure it out eventually. The other nice thing, a lot of people don't like pointing because it is kind of fiddly like this. I know a lot of my students that I've had over the years are just like, I hate doing that. When I was in undergrad, we had to have a certain number of things that were pointed, but I've never required that from one of my classes. But the nice thing about this is as soon as you're done, you can like look at the specimen. Those beetles that we were pinning earlier, like those bigger ones, we're not going to be able to look at those probably until like Wednesday, because they need time to like dry and set before you pick them up off the foam, because then the legs are going to dangle again. Once these things are glued, as soon as the glue dries, you're able to flip them over and look at them. So we're going to pin all of them first, or we're going to point all of them first, get them on pins, and then we'll take a look at some of them. But then I am probably gonna cut it. Not super soon, but we're getting there. Just because it do be that time, and I have been away for a long time and need to go desperately to the grocery store. So I'm waiting for the football game in town to start, so then nobody will be at the grocery store during the football game because they're all at the football game. That's the strat. Quokka, hello. Welcome in. If you missed it, these are beetles that we found in moss in Portland. And I was with Shruti and Lucas when we collected these. So these are going to be cool because that's going to be their first bug specimens. I'm going to put their names on the label with mine. I don't think they care, but I like documenting like who was with me when I collect things. So Maya and Allison have a couple specimens from when we were in Arizona together. And so Shruti and Lucas will go into the database of my collection as having been there while these got collected. And collecting some of them, themselves. I don't know which individual beetles like I picked up versus ones that Shruti or Lucas picked up, but we were all getting them at the same time, so we all deserve credit on all of the specimens, This guy too has a light belly, so it just might be teneral, it might have just newly hatched or newly gotten out of the pupa. So that might be why it's lighter, but again, I'm not sure. It could be a different species. That could be enough in beetle world to be something different. You never know. Document the hang scientifically. Yeah, that's exactly it. There were a couple other things that I collected at the conference, like during the week that were just flying around. This file is full of stuff like that. And I met someone there. It was our first time meeting, mutual friends or whatever. I got her number so we could keep in contact after our mutual friend had left for the conference. And it's like, oh yeah, hey, we met a couple days ago. What's your middle name, by the way? Because I need to put middle initials on this label. So, using phone numbers for obviously very well-intentioned purposes of making sure the bugs get documented. What a line, Heather in love. I wish. She was very cute. But we'll see. We'll see what that happens. That. Putting the names on things will also help you stumble upon some new species. Yes, exactly. And it is also, again, part of like that, I just think, really fun history that you can uncover with certain specimens. Like who was in the field with who at what point. I had at the beetle course, specifically, I had friends from all over the US there that, it's difficult for us to collect together because somebody's in New York, someone's in Texas, someone's in Louisiana, someone's in, wherever. But we were all together and we would do these little like side expeditions where it would just be like a smaller group of us. Um, so now there's like fun labels and like yeah, Tortilla was saying it's just documenting the hang scientifically. Um, it's cool to see like who was in the field with who. It's pretty neat. Imagine your first bug hunt finding new species. I, as far as I know, that's never happened while I've been around. But I did take someone collecting for the first time. And we went up to my secret Hercules beetle spot. I had a really good spot for Western Hercules beetles in Arizona. And this person that went with us was not an entomologist. She was just kind of interested in bugs generally and really wanted to see the Hercules beetles. And so I went, yes, we'll go. We drove up there. It was about 2 hours. And we're sitting there talking. She's like, I'd really like to see one. Like, just be really, really cool to like see one in the wild. I lived in Arizona my whole life and I've never seen one. Blah, blah, blah. We get there. And we are there for about 3.5 hours. And we collect 107 of these Western Hercules beetles. And a bunch of ox beetles and a bunch of Chrysina, like the shiny green ones that are in Arizona. And I'm like, I need you to understand that this is not how collecting goes. like going to look for Western Hercules beetles, you can find a good spot and you can get like 20 in a night. 107 is like unprecedented numbers. And we just, we did not keep all of them. I will say that. We each kept, I think, 2 pairs, so like 2 males and 2 females. So out of that, we dumped like 90 plus beetles back. And I've never had luck like that again. We must have hit it like just right after they all started coming out for the summer. And we originally were like, oh yeah, like we'll collect them, we'll keep them live because we all wanted to keep them as pets rather than, kill them right away. And we had to start putting them in a bucket full of dirt because we were just getting so many that we were worried about stepping on them. And we were like, I was just like, this is not how this usually happens. And so, yeah, it was like, that was not discovering a new species right away, but that was like crazy to have that be someone's first like bug hunt. Really, really absurd, honestly. Let me see if I can find that too. Is that 22 or 23? Can't remember. September. Okay, it was 23. This shit never works how I would like it to, but we're gonna try doing it this way anyway because I don't know how to fucking do technology. Do that so we don't. So that's our cooler full. After we had collected all of them, we were like, actually, I want to know exactly how many we have. And so we finished our beer cooler, obviously, dumped the ice out, and then put all of the beetles from the bucket of dirt into the cooler so we could count them as we were moving them from bucket to bucket. But then we also had them all in one place so we could see, like, oh, that's the biggest male. I'm going to take that one instead. So, here were a bunch of them after we dumped them back right after we dumped them back, just onto the ground. Is this not going to play? Why are you not going to play? That was a video. Same evening. No look, everybody. No look, except kind of look if you want. They're making more beetles. Oh, this was also cool. So I went pee away from the light, obviously, and I hear something going on behind me. I don't know how well that's going to focus. It's kind of a shit picture to begin with, but that's an Arizona black rattlesnake, which was my lifer. I had never seen one before. So that was cool to see on this same night. I'm really sad this video isn't working, because it was a video of them like in the cooler, and you can hear the scritchies. You can hear the scritchies from the cooler, or from the beetles on the cooler. So that's a whole thing. But yeah, anyway, 106 Hercules beetles in a night. Here's another just like pile inside the cooler. Anyway, yeah, so that's my story of not finding a new species. But I was like, hey, I need you to understand this is not how bug collecting goes. You don't automatically find like triple digits of the one thing you wanted to see. It is very much not like that. So had to manage expectations there a little bit. But very fun night. We had a great time. And I've never had quite that much Hercules beetle luck again. Because we went back in 24, and I think I got 35 at the same place. But again, it all depends on like when the rains happened, how soon we got there after the rains, if it had been warm or not, if there was enough rain. So lots of things had to line up for there to be that many there in a night. But yeah, we just hit it right, and I'll never forget that evening. That was so cool. That's very nice blip art. So the place that we went, I won't fully give it away, but there is a Home Depot. Stick with me. There's a Home Depot in this city that people know about to go to specifically try to find these Hercules beetles. And it's not because the Home Depot has anything like specific. It's that the Home Depot has really bright lights. And those bright lights back up to like pretty good Hercules beetle habitat. And so the lights bring them in, which is the basic concept of bug collecting with a light, is that the bugs come to the light. But everybody knows about the Home Depot and some of the surrounding gas stations. So there's people that will wait in the parking lots there, like wait for them to fly in and then like get out and run and like have to beat other people to not like beat, but like have to race other people to get to the beetles before they do. Well, if you have a light setup, you can go anywhere you want in that general area and like have way better luck because you're not competing against other people in a parking lot. So there's nothing really special about like where I set up. All of that habitat around there is good habitat for them. But the fact that I had a 250 watt mercury vapor bulb running off of a generator in good habitat rather than like on the peripheral of good habitat at the Home Depot is how I got 107. So yes, I wouldn't say that that was like my best night of collecting ever. I've been very fortunate enough to have like some really good collecting in my days. Um, but that is definitely one of the nights that I'll never forget, just because it was such ridiculous numbers of such like an iconic big beetle. But now we're back to small beetles. Going back to our little beards here. Oof, that was a bad one. Oh, oh no, I fucked it up. There we go. Okay. Saved. There we go. So that stuff had just started slipping. Do you know of any bugs that have been adversely affected by light pollution in the modern world? All of them. All of them have. Um, it's not natural, and their behavior of seeking light definitely has changed abundance patterns of like where certain things are found in numbers, but then also just like their general behavior, right? Like if you were in a cabin with a candle, that was probably not bright enough to draw bugs away from their natural tendencies to like use the moonlight and whatnot for navigation. But even your, little porch light or whatever at your house, even if it's not one that's like specifically meant for collecting bugs, um, that's brighter than anything that they've been used to. And like, there's no way to track how much that has hurt anything because, right when we were doing electricity, we didn't know that that was a thing that we would have to worry about. So all we can do is like look back at anecdotal stuff from 20, 30, 40 years ago and kind of compare to how it is now. And bug populations in general are way down. Even in Arizona, where you have these like really crazy nights of collecting, there are a lot fewer bugs on the sheet than there were uh, like in the 90s, at least from what I've heard from folks who were there in the 90s. I was a mere thought for half of that decade. So I can't really say, um, based on my experiences, because I've also moved around a lot. And so even just general collecting, I'm like, oh yeah, collecting in Kansas is way different than collecting in Florida. But I don't have like a good enough handle on it being like, oh yeah, this is because of human populated drivers and whatnot. But yeah, it's hard to tell because there's just like there's nowhere that we can go that's the control variable, right? Um, Even all of these places like middle of the dang jungle have been impacted broadly by human development, and so there's no fully unimpacted wild areas left to serve as a control to see how these things change over time. But what we can use to look at stuff like this are collections. And that's another like big reason why we collect specimens like this. Um, because if there is a species of moth, let's say, or a species of beetle or whatever, that for a very long time was only known in South Florida, but is now being found like halfway up the state in Tampa, or even further up the state, like where I am, you can see how that range shifts based on specimens in collections. And if you then look back at like long term weather patterns, you can see like, oh yeah, global warming is kind of happening, and that's like shifting ranges of some of these really far south things further north. Um, And you can also detect when things get into areas first. Lots of things have been intercepted in the US for the first time in the last 50 years. And that's because there's just like so much more globalization and people moving around the world shipping goods that have bugs attached to them. And so, it's like the first state or the first country record of some of these things is happening last week. And so yeah, collections are super valuable for keeping track of that sort of stuff. And maybe at some point we'll be able to look back at all the specimen data and see how light pollution has affected it. But there's probably just like so many other problems in addition to light pollution, like regular pollution, that are causing these declines and seeing these shifts that we're seeing with the insects. Yeah, look, help exactly why we put so much information on the label. It's a fine balance between like having labels under the specimens that are this big versus like a well-rounded label that has as much as possible without being like too crazy. But yeah, people back in the day used to say shit like, "Oh yeah, Arizona." Brother, that does not help. Because Arizona goes from like the border with Mexico, where there's all this really rare stuff that just barely gets into the US, to like above the Grand Canyon, where it snows, there are elk, there are tons of pines and aspen, and all of the low desert and rivers and everything in between. And so, now we have a GPS unit in our pocket at any given time. And so you can have precise locations down to like, I found it under this rock. I can put the notification, or I can put the GPS coordinate for this exact point where I am standing. And people can get back there and re-find these things. But before, yeah, labels were a lot broader, and then people started adding more information where it's like, oh yeah, okay, we've developed counties now. So it's like, yes, Maricopa County in Arizona, which Maricopa County is still bigger than I think 2 states. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than Rhode Island and Delaware. So again, it narrows it down, but it's not that narrow. Going back to like what these labels look like, you go from big to small, country, state, county, generalized locality, and then your GPS coordinates that tell you like as precisely as possible where this thing was found. And then after that, you have your date, occasionally your elevation, the method in which you took it, so like what kind of trap you used or what kind of light you had, and then who collected it. And all of that information is great and very, very helpful to have, but it does make going through old labels so incredibly frustrating because you're like, why did you just write Arizona on this? Even back in your day, that was like a massive area. Why did you not narrow it down to like, 15 kilometers west of whatever? It doesn't have to be a GPS point, but more locality labels like that are helpful. Anyway, I digress. We have finished pointing the specimens. So I have a pile of them off camera right now that are more dry than the one that's currently on camera. But what I am going to do now is pick them up and transfer them over onto their actual pins. So I'm going to use this little rolled up piece of phone book that we've been starring today. And the reason that I like using this is because I can take the specimen, and like I said, these are pinned on their back, so we need to flip them over. So I've got that happening right here. And I can put the specimen on the edge of the round piece and then push the pin through. And what that does is it supports the paper that I'm pinning through underneath. and allows just the pin to go through. So your point is not like bending or getting messed up. This also happens to be, and I made this one like this on purpose, exactly where I want my point to be. So when I push that point through, it's hitting the table on the underside here, and it's keeping my point exactly where I want it because, again, it gives me enough handle to grab above and enough space underneath to put labels. So I made this specifically for that. And then I can put it off to the side here. And we're going to get the rest of these transferred over and pinned like that. And then we'll actually take a look at one now that it's dry and well mounted. 10-digit grid coordinates for my collection. I only use 4. So, sorry. I use 4 after the decimal place. Because 4 digits of accuracy gets you down to about 10 meters, I think, of accuracy. And that is more than enough for me when I'm doing general collecting. Because I'm not just going to sit at my light sheet. I'm going to walk around it a little bit. I'm going to check the trees and rocks in the areas all around where I'm looking. So 4 digits is good for me because I think that's like about 10 meters accuracy. Lower than that, you're getting down to like if you use 6 digits after the decimal point, you're trying to like precisely locate like a 5-gallon lid bucket. 10 digits approximately 1 meter, so 4 centimeters. Yeah. You get down super far, and it's like, well, how precise do you need to be? And more reasonably, and like the better general question for like the average entomologist is, how accurate is your recording device? Because even just built in, your phone GPS is made for like keeping your ass on the highway when you're driving down the road. So it only needs to be accurate to like a couple of meters. Any further than that, you probably need or should at least have a dedicated GPS unit. But even then, you get variable accuracy with availability of satellites and like how much open cover there is. If you're in a dense forest, you're not getting more than a couple meters accuracy. But if you're like out in a big field in Montana or whatever, and all of the satellites in the world just happen to be over you at that point, you can get a very precise location, but you don't really need it. Because if you're finding a bug there, that obviously means that there is suitable habitat there. And even if you found it under, a precise rock, that was just where it was when you found it. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't be found or wasn't moving between all of the other rocks in that area. So 4 digits is generally what I put my labels down to, because it gets you close enough to at least put you in the correct habitat to find certain things. And if for whatever reason there is a like future need to get more accurate information, there are ways to do that. You can revisit sites and be like, yeah, I found it here very specifically, as opposed to kind of broadly, you're like, yeah, I remember collecting it under here. That's hard to do when it's something that's like decades and decades old and the person who had collected it is like long dead. But, any sort of information that you can track down is very, very helpful to potentially help others re-find stuff that you have. They do, in fact, move sometimes, Ophelia. But, like, hell, yes, not always. They don't always. Um, Part of the reason, like, you know who owns really good GPS material? Botanists. You know why? Because plants don't freaking move. So if you need to go back and sample like a specific individual plant, a botanist will have the information to be able to get you there. But the specific beetle that feeds on that specific plant doesn't care that it was on that individual. It was like, yeah, it'll feed on all of those plants in that same group. It doesn't have to feed on that specific individual. So yes, plant folks have really crazy GPS stuff in the field, which is very, very cool. But yeah, for insects generally, you can get to a pretty locality and be like, yeah, it's all right. Oh, very cool. Tumbleweeds in the chat. Listen, Vank. That's very true. And seed dispersals, they're not uh, actively moving, but the genetics from that plant are moving in the stomachs of birds and the stomachs of monkeys, and ants will carry seeds away a lot of the time. So there are ways that plants get dispersed and everything like that, but in general, the mother main plant stays pretty localized. But with everything, it's biology. There's some weird shit going on. So we can't always tell. But yes, in general, plants are pretty stationary. The first time I saw a tumbleweed was in 2017. We were driving from Kansas to Denver for the bug meeting that year, and we had just gotten over the border into Colorado. I was like, wow, this is cool. I've never been to Colorado before. Tumbleweed goes across the road, and I like pull over. I'm like, holy shit, a tumbleweed. And then I proceeded to see like all of the tumbleweeds in the world over the course of that trip and multiple other trips to western Kansas and eastern Colorado. However, that first one was very funny because I was driving my car and my master's advisor was in the car with me, and so were two of my lab mates, all of whom had seen tumbleweeds before. So it was just me who was excited about them. Geocachers get crazy with GPS. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Damn, Vank. I had a... What do we call them? I had a Garmin InReach for a while. They gave them to us when we were doing fieldwork for my master's. Just so that's like one of the emergency GPSs. So you can, if something happens, you can push your little SOS button. But we were also trying to track down pitfall traps in a giant ass field. So, imagine going to try and find a solo cup that is buried in the ground or like flush with the ground in like a 5-acre property. So to do that, we also needed some pretty specific GPS coordinates to do that. So the InReach was great while I had it. I liked the service while we had it. I liked the unit itself. It was very easy to use. However, I do not care to pay that price personally, and would much rather just have it paid for by my university. So I no longer have a Garmin InReach, but it was nice while it lasted. I've never. Yeah, I guess I did describe geocaching. I've never geocached on purpose. Um, as it turns out, I find a lot of them, like a fair number of them, while you're out looking for bugs, because all the ones that are in the woods, people are like flipping over rocks and hiding them in pretty obscure places. Obviously, like out in the middle of nowhere, but the same places in the middle of nowhere look like they would be good for bugs. So I do end up finding a lot of geocaches, and most of the content that I've seen from it have been like urban geocaches. And so like the people are like trying all the bolts and whatnot on a fence to try to find things. Um, so that's like mostly what I think of when I do it. But yeah, I do find the actual little containers like out on trailheads and stuff a lot, or a fair amount, I should say. So that is quite a good point. Start getting accounts or logging my external finds. Sounds like you just want to know where I'm at, Ophelia, and that's weird. I know it's basically geocaching nature. Yeah, yeah. Garmin GPS Maps 62S. Okay. Find the Ethernet needle in a haystack. Oh yeah, Ophelia. Sorry, I'm just catching up on your thing about the buffalo in Yellowstone. I have we have like a localized population of buffalo here in Florida that I still need to go see. But a couple years ago, I went to Wyoming for spring break to visit a friend of mine. Um, and I had texted her. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm leaving Boulder now. I'll be there in a little bit." Uh, but I ended up getting there like 45 minutes later than I had said. She goes, "Oh, what happened? Like, there's never usually traffic this time." And I was like all excited, and I like showed her. I got out because I was like, I had crawled over this like berm on the side of the road, and I had to sneak up and get my pictures because I had never seen a pronghorn before. And she's like, "Oh, yeah, those are like pretty common. I just like see those in town." And I was like, "Well, fuck you too then." I was very excited about the pronghorn. Um, but then several years later, I finally got to get her back on that one because she came down to visit me in Phoenix, and we went to the botanical gardens, and there are just like the world's most amount of quail possible there. And she's like, "Oh my god, these quail are so cute. I've never seen this one." Blah blah blah. And I went, "Oh, we just get those in town." And she's like, "Oh, I see. I see how you felt then." And I was like, "Yes, it was not very nice. But anyway." I was going to say I hate to say this, but I don't really hate to say this because it's usually the case. But Tortilla's right, Ophelia. You do have a lot going on that geocaching should wait. Oh, fuck you. Okay. So we just got the rest of the stuff out. Um, there are 3, 4 lace bugs and one Stenus. So we're just going to flip those over here, let them dry just a little bit. And once we get these mounted, we are going to wrap up for the day. Pretty long for just like a kind of random weekend stream. What do I need? I need foam. Do I have foam? I'm going to cut foam out of here because I need to get rid of this anyway. Post-college hobby. Good. Okay. So this is our little guy that we were just working on. Ooh, hell yeah, tortilla. Just a little guy. But he is quite shiny and quite green. And a little bit hairy. So this was something that was kind of hard to see while we were prepping, since it was, one, upside down, and two, still kind of wet. There are hairs all over this guy. Oh, did I ping? I must have. I didn't realize I had Discord open anywhere. Oops. I never turn on streamer mode. What I mentioned that? No, not that. Interesting. Anyway, I would like this guy to be an earring. Very small earring. But yeah, I think it would be cool. But yeah, so this is what we were just working on. All of those beetles that we pointed, I'm pretty sure, are all the same thing here. Gotcha. Volume Craig is real small. Yeah, you could. I'm still trying to figure out the bug earring thing, because it's really neat and I like it a lot. But I am still concerned about like how well the bug is going to hold up over time. Where the fuck did I put it? That's gonna be really annoying if I lost that. But I was given one that was a beetle head. Here it is. At ESA. And this thing is sick, right? Oh, I'm too far zoomed in. This is a big bug. So this is just a resined head of a ground and pronotum of a ground beetle. The elytra are different, Ophelia, because that's just the wing covers. If you want the full beetle, I think it's like a little bit more involved. I don't do any of the earring making. Sassafim, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So I didn't do this. A friend of mine gave this to me, but yeah, I think he just dries them out like that and then puts them in resin. The dangly ones are a lot easier. This one is a stud because I don't really like dangly earrings. I hate when the things like touch behind my ears, so I don't wear them that much. But he's starting to get good at studs because this one is, and he's got a couple of other things that I've liked over the years or over the past couple of months. So yeah, it's very cool, and I think it's unexplored bug tech. Not a lot of people have that sort of thing. Um, so will be cool definitely to get more, but that little tiny guy would make a very small earring. I need to avoid shepherd hook earrings. Okay. Huggy hoops. All right, you're saying a bunch of things right now. But all good things to know. Um, hmm. No, I agree you're helping. I just don't fully understand what it means. Because this is I have please hold. I'm gonna go get other earrings. Is this shepherd hook? Is this what you're talking about? I agree that this is what I kind of don't like about it. Okay, great. Yes, I agree. I don't love these. I do, in fact, love these earrings. This is a Hercules beetle penis. Um, in fact, from the night that I was telling you about when we got 107 of them. This was from one of the males that I got that night and dissected afterwards. Um, but yes, love the earring. Don't love the dangly. But also, my earlobes are attached. So they're kind of just like on my head. And so I don't have a lot of dangle anyway to put them. So I don't know. It's a whole thing, but yes, bug earrings definitely sick. Um, I will look into huggy hoops and see if I can get my supplier some huggy hoops to start making bug earrings. Um, but I do really like the studs. He made a really sick one that I saw for the first time at ESA. He took a best beetle, um, salad. I'm getting the link. He took one of these guys and basically cut it between the pronotum and the elytra, um, and then had that be like the front and the back of the earring, so it looked like the beetle was like tunneling through his ear, which was very cool. I thought it was like the sickest earring in the world. Um, as opposed to not being attached. Yes, Space Camp, exactly. As opposed to not being attached. My earlobes are like attached at the bottom to the head, and like the the lobe is not free. It is attached at the bottom. So there's no dangly with my ear. It just kind of attaches. I've been assured that this is a normal thing that happens to some people. And okay, yeah, see, Venk's brother-in-law's ears are like that. It's normal and totally 100% real and regular. Um, Obviously, earlobes are attached to the ears, but yes. Um, cool. Anyway, we've got five more little guys now to pin. And before we get started on that, let's just take a minute to appreciate the lace bug. Look how lacy this is. Yeah, this is a cool group. They're true bugs, so they're related to like stink bugs and things like that. Um, but they are plant pests a lot of the time, and a lot of them are very host specific. So I bet if I knew what moss these were on, I could figure out a little bit better what species this is. Um, but good for me, I have a lace bug specialist at work. So I'm not going to have to do the IDs on this. I'm just going to be like, hey, can you ID this for me? Which is very helpful. So I think all four of the ones that I have are the same. I think these are all probably the same thing. That would make the most sense since I got them all from the same tree and they all have a very similar shape to them. Three. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say these are all probably the same thing. Which is cool because then I can give some to the collection. Um, part of my job working at this museum now is also building the collection, and they were, kind enough to send me on this conference and whatnot. So I have a bunch of stuff that I would not normally collect on my own. Like I would not usually pick up lace bugs. But since work paid for me to go on this trip, I feel like I owe them a little bit, and I'll just give them some bugs. Because I don't know, we're in Florida. I don't know how strong our representation of Oregon material is. So hopefully not very strong, because then it's more likely that this is something new that I can add. But just getting all these guys lined up, and then our beetle, our Stenus here, we're going to do that one first. So it's off to the side. There we go. Back in focus for you. Does it have a rostrum like True Bugs? Yes. Hopefully I don't have to readjust because that would be a pain. Oh yeah, you can see it. Okay. So yeah, you can see it. They're like folded down between the legs. That's the mouth part. Apparently, they look close to deer ticks. Yeah, they do. Thank. We were getting these again. All of this stuff was from petting moss, so we were just doing that. And Shruti was like, "Hey, I have bugs. What are these?" And I said, "I don't know. They kind of look like aphids." Which I think they do. Little small true bug. I knew it was a bug, but those are like 2 millimeters long, so about half the size of the beetles that we were just looking at. So extra double tiny. So I was like, yeah, I don't know, but once all this stuff is mounted up, I'm planning to send Shruti and Lucas like a species list. Not that they're asking for it, but being like, hey, this is all the cool stuff that we found together. Because it was quite fun getting to spend time with them outside of everything. The first time that I had met them was just in June when I moved here, when I stopped and did that IRL bug hunt at Alveus. So we haven't known each other that long. So it was cool to get them elsewhere and then be able to show them around. Shrew's from Portland, so she got to show me around the city tour guide style, and I was like the conference tour guide of like, oh yeah, you should go to this, you can go into here, this is open, this is not, like this is a fun thing. This kind of sucks. So the trip overall was great. You know, they got me all around the state. I saw a bunch of new birds. Had never really been collecting in the Pacific Northwest before. Got me some cool bugs. Um, and then I was like, yeah, you know, maybe you guys should go check out this talk session that's happening and whatnot. So quite cool. All right, we got Stenis, and now these are very flat. So these are super flat. Making the bend in the paper doesn't make a ton of sense because you're not trying to. There's not a lot of depth for them to hold on to. And so what I'm just going to do is just put the tiniest bit of glue on the tip of the point and not bend it at all, and actually just attach it underneath. But again, we need to be careful not to go over halfway on the body, and also not to obscure anything. So I'm actually going to go back here kind of behind the legs. And attach it like that. That is not my finest work. Because you can see the bug is not in line with the point. So now I'm just going to turn it a little bit. There we go. So now that bug is on there. It's not covering more than halfway. We are solid. Kind of cute. Yeah, I think so. They do look like immature bedbugs, Roxers. I agree with that. Bedbugs are true bugs too, so they have that same sort of oval outline. And I actually did an internship with bedbugs during my undergrad. I worked in a bedbug lab for a full summer. And this was like 2015, and I was making $18 an hour full time because nobody else wanted to do it. So I signed up for this internship, and then they had advertised this internship. Nobody applied for it because it was with bedbugs, and then they upped the price, and then that's when I applied for it. So yes, I can definitely see how you could be confused by that. Underneath, I think they're like okay, cute. Sassafim, I don't know if you were here when we were looking at them from the top down. But once we're done preparing these, we can take another look at them from that way. And I think from the top, they are very, very cute. They look like a little doily. They're very lacy, as their name suggests. Imagine if... God, this is the stupidest shit that I've ever said. Imagine if this was the guy in Phase instead of the actual guy in Phase. If this little thing right here was Phase Lacey. I'm looking at... Oh, Roxers, that sucks so bad. I'm so sorry. That internship was, for the first couple of weeks, very, very stressful. Because of that. I was like I was terrified of bringing one home or bringing some home. When I first started, I was like, I wore gloves all the time. I had, the full, not like a full Tyvek suit, but like I was doing everything I could to protect from that. And then eventually, as I got more and more comfortable with it, I was like, not as bad. I still wore gloves and everything, but I stopped wearing like the upper protectors. And there were a couple of us working in the lab that summer, so we were able to be like, hey, if like we lost track of one and we weren't sure if it fell back down into the colony or not, if we were like, hey, could you give me a check real quick, You know, you do a little spin around in front of your coworkers and see if they can see anything crawling on you. And thankfully, we never had any problems with it. I think I've told this story before. I'm actually fairly certain that I have. But a couple months after that internship ended, my roommate at the time was taking an insect classification class that I was TAing for. And we had been checking um abandoned mattresses and stuff like all summer trying to find bedbug specimens, because for those classes you can't get them from like a lab colony. And so if we wanted bedbug specimens, we were going to have to find them elsewhere. And so we were looking and looking and looking and looking. And like I said, she's taking the class. I am TAing the class. So I know what she's looking for, and I can't help excessively, you know, at home. But I get a text, all caps, "We have bed bugs." And I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, it's been months since I was at the bed bug lab. Like, we were so careful. Like, I hadn't noticed anything. Like, oh my God, what happened? And so I call her immediately, and I'm like, hey, what do you mean? Like, are you sure? And she's like, yeah. Our friend, blah blah blah's girlfriend's apartment building has them. Like, they're coming to spray, so like we can go get some for the collection. And I went, I need you to understand that, oh, we have access to bedbug specimens for class is a different text than all caps, "We have bedbugs when we live together." She was like, I'm sorry, I was excited. I'm like, I'm excited too. Like, I'm excited that we can go do this. But thank God you didn't mean that we actually had bedbugs, because that's a freaking nightmare. So, yeah, we got that all cleared up. It was not a big deal. We did end up getting the specimens, but yeah, that was just like a heart-stopping text message to get, because it was like a full semester, I think, after I had finished that internship. And I was just like, what do you mean? Like, we were so good about it. But yes, thankfully, we did not actually have bed bugs. And we did, in fact, get access to bed bug specimens for us to collect. So, double win there. All right. I have pinned everybody. We are back fully done here. Sassafim, this is for you, saying they're only kind of cute. Let's get real in on this guy. Show you how extra cute they are. This is a Phase Lacey. But yeah, so from the top here, I don't know if you were here when we saw it the first time, but like, you can see why they're called lace bugs. They have like that very intricate kind of dimpling all over them. And this one doesn't have it as much compared to some of the others, but you can see those like 3 lines going down the neck. In other groups, they have like a crest there. Let me bug guide here for you. Oops, I'm on bug guide. I don't need to search bug guide. Okay, I would like to see one from the side. Look at this. This shit's crazy. Yeah, so like, I just sent a link to one that is apparently on Birch, but those lines on this one are kind of like inflated into like a knob or a weird projection on top. So these are like relatively unadorned for lace bugs. Yeah, Roxas, you got to the same genus that I did. What's tell you? Sycamore. Yeah, exactly. So it's a really cool group. I think they're really, really neat, and they are like fairly host specific. So again, figuring out like what lace bugs are on moss in Oregon is probably going to be pretty easy. So I'll be able to figure out what this guy is, and I'll eventually get back to y'all with an ID. As with everything that we mounted today, those two bigger beetles, all those little green guys, then these lace bugs. I truthfully don't know if I'll be able to get you an ID on this one. This is Stenis. This is that little rove beetle that we were looking at, and I'm trying to get him in focus here. That's my thumb. There it is. So, pretty neat looking guy. I'm trying to get it under my camera in frame there. There we go. Perfect. Nope. Wrong direction. There we go. Nice and in focus as best we can. Really cool. Again, these huge eyes, relatively short clubbed antenna, which is weird for a staphylinid, but you can see those very short elytra in the exposed abdomen. Like that video was saying that we watched earlier, there are over 3,000 species in this genus. And so these would 100% require dissection to identify. And sometimes you even have to get their weird little mouth spear out because the ends look different. I'm bold, but I'm not that bold. So I think we are probably just going to leave this as Stenis, and I will maybe eventually get an ID back after I drop off all my staphylinids with a friend in Tennessee, who has been IDing these for me for years because I cannot be bothered. But yes, that was some Oregon bugs. I am going to wrap it up there. We are almost 5 hours into this thing. That's crazy. It feels like it has not been that long. But the good news is that not only do we have a vial of things from Oregon and another vial of things from Oregon, but we also have a vial of things from Louisiana. And I've got a freezer full of other vials of things downstairs. So, depending how we're feeling, I also have, not even downstairs, but I have bags with vials and vials of specimens here. So, I think we've figured out the stream for pinning things a little bit better now. When I first did it, I just wasn't sure how well it would work out because the zoom was too high, and doing it not on camera was like kind of tough. But I think that worked like pretty okay. I think I feel better about that than I had previously, so I'm not as unwilling to do that. I would like to do more of that, but I just didn't think it would be good for you guys. So I think we have figured that out a little bit better, which is nice. Which means that we might get streams more frequently. Just again, because if I need to work on stuff, I'm just going to do it anyway, so why not go live? But yes, we're going to run it there for tonight. Thank you all for hanging out as long as you have. Some of y'all are new, recent since the beginning, or more recently, but others of you have been here since the beginning, so thank you for that. Bug tier list on Monday. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Tortilla. That is in fact what we are doing. And like I said, I'm still working on sub badges and everything. Truthfully, when I started streaming, I didn't think that was going to be a problem that I was going to have because I had no idea people would actually come and subscribe here. So thank you all very much for hanging out. It has been a pleasure streaming with you this evening. I am going to send you to World Bird Sanctuary this time instead. Chelsea, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Satsfim, great. I'm glad. Hopefully we'll see you around again. Um, join the bug cord if you have an exclamation point Discord or exclamation point bug cord. We'll get you there. You can join that, get live notifications for that if you would like to get notified when I go live. Also, Alveus stream on Wednesdays. Chats. Oops, I messed that up. That's embarrassing. There we go. Wednesday nights we do chats over there. But I typically stream Mondays and Wednesdays. This was kind of a one-off, but maybe we'll do some more shorter ones throughout the week. Anyway, thank you again all for being here. We are going to go to the World Bird Sanctuary now. Sick. All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks for being here. We will see you next time. Have a wonderful, buggy evening.